Good evening, everyone. Let's start in a minute. Let others join as well. Okay, so let's start. Now we are starting with a new theme, new chapter, that is social issues and justice. You would have finished with your discussions on essay yesterday. And now this is, if you look, social issue is a part of your GS paper 1 and social justice is a part of your GS paper 2. If you look at the syllabus of paper 1, you'll find that along with your history and culture, you find society mentioned here. And therein you have these topics which need to be discussed. We start from salient features of the Indian society to diversity of India, and we'll come to these topics, what all has to be discussed here. Similarly, in GS paper 2, if you look, along with other topics of polity and international relations, you find social justice mentioned. And you have these few topics in social justice as well. Now, these are the subjects which generally students miss and they do not take up. They feel that these are general topics and we can write answers to these. But if you look at the type of questions, you'll find that you cannot go on writing general answers for these. They ask very specific questions which need specific answers. And we'll come to it. We'll look into the questions, what kind of questions have been asked, and what kind of syllabus you have. Now, if you would have gone through your schedule, you'll find that we'll start with salient features of Indian society and then move into diversity of India. Diversity of India is again a salient feature of Indian society. In salient features, we'll talk about salient features like caste system, the institution of family and marriage, and then we'll finally talk about diversity of India as a salient feature of Indian society. Diversity of language, diversity of religion, diversity of geography, etc. Then the next chapter is effects of globalization on Indian society. Now, globalization is something you read in paper 3 as well. What we are going to do here is we will look at the effects of globalization on Indian society. How is it changing the Indian society? In paper 3, you read how it has changed our economic system, our economic structure, our markets. But here we'll focus ourselves on changes in Indian society, like what kind of socio-cultural changes have been brought about by globalization. Why is everyone wearing the same kind of clothes? Why is everyone speaking the similar kind of language, even though we have diversity? And with that, we'll also look into urbanization, the growth of urban areas, the migration of people from rural to urban areas, and what are the issues related to this urbanization. Then we'll discuss the role of women and women's organization. In role of women, we'll think about how the role of women has changed from traditional to modern times. Because you find traditionally we understand women to be working within the sphere of household, but now we find that they have taken up other responsibilities as well. Now women are going out to work, women are part of politics, and we'll see what has been that change and what are the problems related to this change. Then we'll talk about population and associated issues. For example, one of the discussion that we have is whether we can convert our growing population into demographic dividend. What is the issue with respect to this population explosion that we are having? That India has surpassed other countries in terms of population. So what are the challenges and what are the benefits of this huge population? Then we'll move on to regionalism, communalism and secularism. Now, communalism and secularism are being dealt in your paper 2 with polity, but here we'll look at the social aspect of it. Here we will not restrict ourselves to secularism of the state. We'll talk about secularism of the society. How is it that India is able to preserve this secular fabric even with this huge diversity? Also, we'll look about what kind of conflicts happen because of this diversity. People demanding for a separate state, two states fighting for a river. Then we'll move on to poverty and developmental issues. That what is poverty? What are the various factors which cause poverty? What is the cause and effect relationship of poverty? And from here, we'll move into social justice, because if you look at poverty, it is mentioned in your paper 2 as well. Then we'll talk about hunger along with poverty. So what we'll do is, from your module 7 and 8, we'll transition towards social justice, and the nature of our discussion will change a bit, and that will come to, you do not have to worry about it. Along with it, we'll talk about hunger, that we see that poverty has been seeing a decline in our country. But if we talk about our global hunger index, the rank or the position of India has been falling. What is this divergence with respect to poverty and hunger? And how is it that the government is taking steps to fix this problem of hunger and poverty in India? Then we'll talk about two sectors. One is health and the other one is education. That what are issues related to our health? What is our national health policy? What kind of policies and programs the government of India has taken up to fix these issues? And we will deal with education in a similar manner. That our education system, we say that is not is not doing well. The learning outcomes have been poor. A lot of our students do not enroll in higher education. So we'll highlight these kind of issues, and then we'll see what the government is doing to fix these issues. And we will also critically analyze those uh, policies and programs of the government. And along with the health and education, we'll look into the human resources that are involved. So for example, in health, your human resources are doctors, nurses, etc. In your education, you have your teachers. So what can be the suggestions to make it better? And also for human resources, we'll look into skill development. Now, with our huge population, we have a responsibility to educate them, to skill them, so that they can get a gainful employment, so that they can contribute to the process of development in a country, and in turn empowering them. Then we'll talk about development process and development industry. That yes, government has to play a role when it comes to development of the society at large. But what can society do? How can civil society contribute to this process of development? Wherein we'll discuss about NGOs, SHGs, etc. Your self-help groups, your non-governmental organizations, your cooperative societies, that how can they play a role in achieving the goals, the objectives of development that the Indian society has. And then finally, we'll talk about various schemes related to vulnerable sections and how we can approach them, because we have a lot of schemes for vulnerable sections, various policies, programs are there, but still we are not able to achieve the objective that we want. We are not able to bring them up. We are not able to push them in the process of development. So there has to be some problem with our policies. And what we'll do is, we'll take up the general framework, how to go about policies. If you look at the design of a policy, what are the problems there? What needs to be fixed? Similarly, when you implement that policy, what kind of issues arise out of it? So we will tackle both the problems of design and implementation of various policies. So you are asking about social empowerment. You'll see that we are going to take up social empowerment right from the role of women. And we'll try to bring about the difference between social empowerment and development, because generally we think that with development comes empowerment, and we at times use them interchangeably, but there is a lot of difference. So we will use that logic of social empowerment from here. And when it comes to social empowerment, we'll talk about how we can empower various sections of the society. So this is the basic introduction of your syllabus. And what you have to do is you have to go through these pointers that are given in your syllabus. So generally, we do not tend to look into the syllabus prescribed by UPSC. And what you have to do is go through these, because whenever you find something related to these in the current affairs, you will know how you can use it, how you can use those current affairs with your static content, how you can enhance your notes. And it is important to have the entire syllabus on the tips. You should know your syllabus very well, because the syllabus tells you about the intent of UPSC. In what direction are they going to ask questions? Is it that I've missed on a particular topic? So you have to definitely go through the syllabus and remember it. So go through the syllabus multiple times. It is not just limited to your this subject, but other subjects as well, because this will create the overall framework in your mind how to approach your UPSC civil services preparation. Now, if we talk about the importance of this section, we generally find that students are not even aware that this portion exists. But if you look at the number of questions, you'll find that close to 5 to 6 questions are asked from your social issues, and on an average 3 to 4 questions from your social justice. If you put them together, 10 plus questions from this section. 10 plus question means at least 110 marks. And if you compare these marks with any other major subject that we focus so much on, it is at times equivalent or at times more than those papers. So in terms of marks, this subject is also important. Also, if you see that with the topics that you have seen, it will give you an edge, and overall understanding of various other dimensions will also be enhanced. So if you understand your society completely, you would know that what kind of issues you have and how you can address them. Because generally we think of only policy tools, what government can do. But here you'll understand how our society is undergoing change, what are the problems related to that, and how we can fix it, even without the role of the government. So it is going to enhance your overall understanding, because ultimately, as a civil servant, you have to serve this society. And with the diversity in our country that we have, you should be open to thinking, you should be open to understanding. And also, when you look at society, you are a mere observer. You have to go out of the bubble and observe what is happening. You do not always have to take stands of right and wrong, because generally we think in terms of this is right and this is wrong. But this understanding of social issues, which is directly related to your sociology, will give you that edge, will help you understand topics and things in its totality. So the partial nature that we look at everything in according to our stand. If we come from a particular society, if we come from a particular religion, our way of looking things is very limited, is very partial. Is partial in the sense that we are generally biased towards our causes, towards the causes of our community, and also the knowledge that we have, the understanding that we have is incomplete. So one is we do not know the entire picture, and the second thing is we are biased towards our own community, our own religion, our own society. Social issues and justice, because it is borrowing from sociology, will help you to gain that complete understanding of topics, so that you do not just look into black and white, to understand both the sides. Also, if you look at your essay paper that you have just finished discussion of, you'll find that on an average, if you leave past 1 or 2 years, on an average, you find at least one topic related to society mentioned there. If not every year, but at least every alternate year. So with the increased understanding of Indian society and social issues, you can fare well with respect to your essays as well. And this is the importance that this subject holds. And that means we cannot take this subject very lightly. Now, what we are going to do is that we have to understand the process in which we are going to proceed, that how to proceed with this subject. So you'll find with the topics you would have found that we have topics like urbanization, globalization. Then we have various social institutions and sections, like you find role of women. So women as a section is there. Then you find social institutions like caste, social institutions like family and marriage. What we do is we look into the background of these social institutions and your various sections, and then we start looking them in the light of change. This is the most important part. This part is the most important, that you have to look at these social institutions, these sections, in the light of change. And once you look at the questions, you'll realize that this is where the questions are generally focused. So when you talk about these various factors that are responsible for social change, you'll think of globalization, you'll think of modernization. Similarly, we'll talk about what is secularization and what kind of changes are happening in our society. So to understand this simply, just think about the society that you live in. As it was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it was a lot different. It was a lot different in terms of diversity of people. It was a lot different in terms of how many people were living in your area. It was different in terms of what kind of values, traditions we used to follow, what kind of clothes we used to wear, the language we used to speak. So everything has been undergoing change. And it is this social change out of which various issues arise. Various issues like, because of increasing population, you find problems related to environmental degradation. With the changing population scenario, you find that problems like sex ratio come to the front. Problems like population explosion come to the front. And similarly, with increasing diversity, people have a way of excluding others. People feel that why is it that others are coming and interfering in our society? And similarly, you'll find various other issues that we are going to talk about in the process. And if there are issues, then you have to come up with a solution. What can be the possible solutions? What is the government doing about it? And what can we do as a society? What can we do to tackle these challenges, to tackle these issues? And here I would like to make a statement that not all changes can be brought about by the policy, by the government. Because generally we feel that we have elected our governments, they are our representatives, and let them deal with it. If there is a problem, it is the government which has to deal with it, without realizing that we as part of this society have a responsibility towards our society, and we have to play that role. We have to help our society to come out of various issues, various problems. So if there is issue related to environmental degradation, it is not just government which has to provide subsidies, etc. It is us as well. We also have to make changes on an individual and social level. So this is the way in which we are going to proceed. What we'll do is we'll look at various sections of the Indian society, like women, elderly, children, etc. Then we'll take up various social institutions and we'll look at everything in the light of change. What is changing? How is it changing? And what are the issues associated with it? I hope the audio is fine now. Can you please suggest, is the audio fine now? Perfect. So please remember the focus, because this social change is what will define our direction. That we have to look into what kind of changes are happening. And looking at these topics, you'd feel that this is something very simple. This is something we know. When it comes to issues related to women, we know what are the various issues. When it comes to communalism, we understand a lot of communal issues are happening around us. And we can definitely go on writing answers. The general understanding that we have is sufficient. That's what the feeling one gets. But when you look at the questions closely, you'll find that they do not ask general questions. And they're not at all expecting general answers. They want specific answers to be given to the questions. Just think about it. They're talking about empowering women is the key to control population growth. Discuss. So, if we empower women, how would it lead to control in population growth? How can empowering women have an impact on the population growth, on the rate at which we are growing our population? So, you see that women and population, two different chapters that are mentioned here, interlinked. One thing. Another thing is, you find that they are asking about a specific thing. Because generally, if I ask you, what can be the various reasons to, what can be the various ways in which we can control our population, then you'll start coming up with, say, policies. One child policy, for instance. You'll talk about contraceptive measures. But now they're asking a very specific question. They're asking how women empowerment can become a key to population growth. So rather than expecting a general answer, they have asked you a particular question and they expect a particular answer. So yes, we generally say that education with awareness, we can control this menace of population growth. Similarly, they're talking about vicious cycle of gender inequality, poverty and malnutrition. How can we break it with self-help groups? And you would have seen that for the past 2-3 years, self-help groups have been in the news, and they're asking a question relating your self-help groups, that is a part of your paper 2, to gender inequality, which we will discuss in paper 1, then poverty, which will again be discussed in paper 1, and malnutrition. That how can these self-help groups, which are generally started and which generally have women members, how can they help us in achieving the goals of gender equality? How can they help the society get rid of problems like poverty, hunger? So again, a specific question, that too cutting across paper lines. Similarly, discuss the positive and negative effects of globalization on women in India. Because when we look at globalization, we think about various economic changes that globalization has brought about, the entry of multinational companies, the liberalization of our trade, availability of multiple choices. You have multiple smartphones to choose from. You have multiple brands to choose your clothes from. And this is how we understand globalization, the coming together of the world. But they are asking about its positive and negative effects on women in India. So if you find this question, if you go with the general understanding, yes, you can answer this question, but you cannot come up with a specific answer. You would not be ready to write this answer, because you would have to sit and conceptualize that what can be the positive impacts on women and what can be the negative impacts. And in conceptualizing that answer, it'll take you a lot of time. So if you have not read the subject specifically according to the demand of the examination, then you would not be able to score well. So keep that in mind, that when we are approaching this subject, that the questions that they are asking are generally in the direction of social change. What are the issues because of some social change and how we can handle it. Another thing is that the question they ask in the examination are generally new. It has only been once or twice that they have repeated a question. Yes, they do repeat the theme. They have asked multiple questions on self-help groups in the previous years. They have asked multiple questions on education, for that matter. They will repeat the theme, but the kind of question they ask is always new. And those questions will take you by surprise if you enter the examination with the basic understanding of society that we have. So we have to deal Indian society and social issues in a specific light. What are the various themes? What kind of questions have been asked in the past? And how I can approach this. And with this, we come to the part of your self-study, how you have to go about it. So what we are going to do is that we will look at various social institutions, sections of the society, and look at them in the light of change. We'll talk about what kind of changes have been brought about, what are the issues, what can be done to tackle those issues. Then what you have to do is, with this understanding that you are going to have in the classroom, you have to, one, prepare your notes, read your standard book, that I'll discuss which standard book, and then also look into previous year questions. We are going to cover previous year questions in the classroom to give you a glimpse of what kind of questions have been asked and whether the understanding that you have achieved from the classroom discussion, whether you are able to answer those questions or not. Because this is the ultimate test of whether you have understood something or not. So when you look at the questions, if you are able to answer it, then yes, you have understood it well. Yes, you can write your answer well. But also, just understanding would not be enough. You can understand the concept very well. You might have an approach to the answer that this is how I'm going to proceed. But if you do not practice, if you do not write answers, ultimately everything will go in vain. Because in the examination, you have a challenge of writing these answers in 8 to 10 minutes, which is not a lot of time. And it is only with writing practice that you can achieve that speed, you can conceptualize your answers better. And what we'll do is that whenever we look at a question, we'll try to consider your opinion first. We'll ask you, how are you planning to approach it? Because generally you find students struggling with how to write an introduction, what the body part has to look like, whether I have to write in pointers, whether I have to go with paragraph format of writing. So what we'll do is we'll engage you in those discussions, and we'll see that over a period of time, with 3, 4, 5 classes, you'll be able to understand that what can be the right kind of introduction to an answer, how to conclude an answer, and all those questions will be answered, because this is the general problem that everyone faces. So we are going to focus a lot on writing practice. We are going to look at a lot of questions and try to understand how to approach these questions. So what you have to do is you have to understand the basic concepts in the classroom. You do not have to worry about making notes during the class. What you have to do is you sit and understand. All you have to do is, if I'm giving an example and you feel that you might forget that example, just write it in your notes. Write it in your rough notes for now. And when you revise it, make your fixed, complete notes. Now, when you talk about the notes do not have to be static, because looking at the topics, you find that it is about women. Yes, the role of women has been changing over the years, but it would not change so much in these 2, 3, 4 years of your preparation. Similarly, the concept of secularism is going to remain the same. Population growth has been a problem and will remain a problem for time to come. So do not think of it as that, okay, let's limit my notes, let's have static notes, and that would do. What you have to do is you have to keep adding current affairs here, because you'll need examples to substantiate your answer. If you talk about women, the sex ratio has been changing. There'll be a new survey that will discuss what are the new problems that women are facing. Then you'll find that your national education policy has come out. They'll go on implementing those programs. They'll remain in current affairs. And the question is asked from the current affairs. And particularly in paper 2, it is your current affairs which is important. And for the sake of paper 1, what you have to do is, say you make your notes like this. You leave a little space anywhere on the sheet. Use loose sheets so that you can add new content. And wherever you create your notes, leave a little space for you to write new and current examples, because these new examples will help you gain more marks. The examiner or the evaluator will get to understand, will get to know that you are connected, you are aware that something is happening and you are relating it to your static syllabus. So please do leave space in your notes and write examples. Similarly, when it comes to paper 2, social justice, you'll find that a lot of it is dependent on current affairs. The kind of questions that they ask are directly picked up from current affairs. So what we'll do there is we will understand the basics of everything. We'll try to incorporate all the current affairs that have happened in this year till now, till date. And what I'll expect you to do is that you are reading your current affairs and relating it, because a lot of things have to be interrelated, which will be understood in the process. But you have to put in these efforts of creating your notes yourself, because you cannot just go with the static content that you have. So this is the way in which you have to proceed. You understand in the class. You do not have to worry about taking running notes. You do not have to write descriptive notes. Then you have to revise the entire thing at home along with your standard book. That I'm coming to, which sources that you have to use. Then also you have to look into previous year questions and go for writing practice. This writing practice can be done with your previous year questions and also the practice questions that we are going to provide during the discussion. So I'll try to give you at least one question every day so that you can write it at home and see whether you are improving over the weeks or not. Because there has to be definite improvement. While going through the subject, it's better to complete it in totality. Generally, what we do is, because of complacency, we feel that, okay, let's understand this. And during the examination, before the examination, we'll revise this because it is a general subject and that would do. But always remember the significance in terms of marks, and also remember the dynamic nature of the subject. It is not completely static. Yes, a few things, the initial part is going to remain static, but there as well you have a lot happening in current affairs, and that will show you. Now let's come to another part, which is readings. That which books do you have to use? What is going to be the source for you during revision? Because one is your classroom notes, but also you need a standard book to understand the language, how you have to write that particular language, because your notes have to be synoptic in nature. Synoptic means it has to be in point-wise format. You have to use important keywords and phrases. You do not have to write descriptive notes. You do not have to write the entire language in your notes, because your notes are going to provide you that framework, and your readings will provide you the language and the content. So what you have to do is you can use your class 12th sociology NCRTs. The link has been provided here. You can use any copy. If you have the book available in your market, you can get it as well. So you can use it online because you just have to read it once. So what you do is you understand things in the classroom. Then after that, you go for your revision. A few of you might be revising today itself. A few of you might be revising the next day. So during revision, what you do is you take up your sociology class 12 NCRTs. There are two books in class 12. One talks about Indian society and the other one talks about change in Indian society. So which relates directly to your social issues. So most of your themes of social issues will be covered in the book in these NCRTs. And with respect to social justice, all you need is your class notes plus your current affairs. So current affairs are going to remain a focus when it comes to your social justice part. And for social issues, apart from the classroom notes and current affairs, you have to read class 12 sociology NCRT book. Please remember that you have to be very careful during revision that the notes that you are creating should be something that you can go through easily, because the entire purpose of creating notes is quick revision. So notes have to be in according to your ease, that you should be able to read them easily. You should be able to create them easily and you should be able to read them easily, because in the process you would have to revise it multiple times. So you'll revise it maybe 2-3 months later after this. Then you'll again revise it before your mains examination in the next year, and you might go through another round of revision in between. So your notes have to be so that you can you are able to go through them again and again and again. Leave space in your notes. You can leave the space as how you want. You can leave it on the sides, you can leave it in the gutter, you can leave it on the top, but the important point is to leave space there so that you can integrate examples. For example, uh, you have various self-help groups in news, you have various cooperative societies in news, and you'll find that there was an amazing success story which can be used for, as an example if there is a question on that. So what you can do is you read that story, you go through it, take crisp notes and add them here, so that when you are revising cooperatives, you have something from the current affairs added here. You do not have to run through notes. You do not have to remember that, okay, I can add this. It's better you keep adding it here during the process. And for your mains examination, your notes are important. The way you create your notes, the way you keep updating your notes becomes very important for your mains examination. So this was a brief introduction to the syllabus, how you have to go about the syllabus, what is the syllabus, how you have to integrate current affairs, and you'll have more understanding about integrating current affairs while we are reading various chapters, while we are going through various topics, because then you'll be able to relate, this is in the news, this is something that I can relate with my static chapters. Then also what study material you have to follow, and also please do go through your ARM after the class, because it will answer a few of your questions, because we have students from various levels here. A few might not be very well versed with other subjects, because the understanding of society assumes that you have understood everything uh, very well. You have an understanding of polity, you have an understanding of geography, you have an understanding of history. This is a basic assumption when we are reading social issues. So there might be a few themes that you might not have already touched upon. So your ARM will go a long way in clearing those doubts. And again, I believe that most of the students here have gone through the other major subjects at least once, so that if we use a term here, if we relate something here, you'll be able to understand that yes, I know this and I can relate here, because we cannot go on entering the domain of other subjects. And in social issues, you'll find that more often than not, we have to touch upon various themes. We'll talk about a lot of economics while going through globalization. We'll talk about a lot of economics while going through poverty. Similarly, when it comes to women, we have to get into the domain of history. Secularism and communalism will be related to polity and constitution. So every topic that is mentioned here is related to society. And when we talk about society, society has various dimensions. Now let's understand basics of society. What is society? And you do not have to remember anything from here. This is just for the sake of your understanding. I'll tell you when you have topics which start from your syllabus. The first topic will be your salient features of Indian society, from which you would have to remember. Now it is just for the sake of your understanding, so that you understand what you are going to read. Now, if we talk about society, what is the meaning of society? Is it the society that we find in current affairs, that you have, say, you have Red Cross Society? Then is it the society that we find in international relations? What is the basic meaning of society? Because you can find various manifestations of society around you, because at times you say that we belong to this Indian society, then you say that I am coming from a rural society, I'm coming from an urban society. So this word is being used interchangeably. And how do we understand society? The basic that you have to know is that there has to be a group of people to constitute a society. Now this group of people must be sharing a common culture, like speaking the same language, wearing similar kind of clothes, having similar kind of norms in the society. So a shared culture. They must be living in some part. They must be living in some area. They might have a feeling that, yes, we belong to the same society. Yes, there are other things. People can have conflict living in the same society. People can have cooperation as well. But the basic idea is, it is people living in a particular area. But now, if people live in this area, are they going to interact with each other or not? If they're living in the same area or same region, are they going to interact with each other or not? Yes, they are going to interact with each other. And not just amongst themselves, they are going to interact with people from other areas as well. And with this interaction, a lot of changes happen. Now, when we say society, it is not just these individuals, it is not just these people that are living there, but the relationship between them, how the relationship is changing, what kind of relationship they have amongst each other, what is their relationship with people from other societies. And this is what constitutes society. So you do not have to remember the definition, you do not have to remember anything from here, just have to understand that what is society. So when we say society, it is basically the web of these relationship between people. It is not just the sum total of people, that there are people living here and all these people constitute society. Yes, they do, but along with it, you have to add this web of social relationships. How do they interact with each other? What kind of relationship they have with each other and with the collective? Collective in the sense, you have these individuals, they can interact amongst each other. Now, one individual can interact with the entire collective as well. So, if you are living in a society, say on the basis of your age group, you'll find that there are people, there are old people, there are young people, there are children, there are newborns, and everyone is interacting with each other. There is interaction happening. But also, you find that this society, this group of people have certain norms. They believe in a few things. For example, respecting your elderly is something that everyone believes in. But if you interact with the society in a way, if you interact with this collective in a way that you are not keeping those norms in mind, you're not respecting the elderly, you're not being respectful, then the relationship that you have with the collective will change. It is not just the relationship between the individual, it is also the relationship of the individual with the collective. It will become simpler, because right now we're talking abstract terms. It will become simpler when we proceed ahead. So society is a group of people and the web of interaction between them. Now, the society has various features. If you talk about these individuals, now these individuals, you will find similarities. For example, people coming from the same caste, similar caste. People coming from the same religion, similar religion. People speaking the same language. So what is that? They'll have various similarities, likeness. Then also people will have differences, differences in age, differences in religion, differences in culture, differences in the way we speak, differences in the way we experience each other. So a society will have both likeness and differences. And based on these likeness and differences, you'll find conflict and cooperation. So you cooperate with each other to maintain the social harmony, but at times there are conflicts as well. People fighting in the name of religion, people fighting in the name of language, people having conflicting views when it comes to how the government should be, what role should the government perform. So there can be various forms of conflict and cooperation in the society. So experiencing the same culture, having similar cultural traits does not mean that it is all cooperation. You will definitely find conflict as well. So this understanding is important for you to understand that whenever we look at any kind of interaction, say the way globalization is interacting with the Indian society, it is not going to be all happy thing. It is not going to be all good. There will be negative dimensions as well. That the interaction is bringing about negative changes in the society. The interaction is leading people to go for backlash against globalization. People saying that this force of globalization has homogenized all of us. Now we are speaking the same language. What happens to my traditions? What happens to my traditional language, my culture? So people will also come up in conflict with respect to globalization. And in general, you'll find that you have both cooperation and conflict in the society. Now, again, the idea of society is abstract. Now, is this society something that you can touch? Yes, you can go on touching people if you feel like. You can go on touching people, but can you touch, can you physically touch the relationship that they have? Can you physically touch the entire collective? No. So this concept is abstract. You might not always find physical manifestation of society. So yes, it is people. Think about a social movement, an online social movement. Think about Black Lives Matter. So it is happening physically there, but it is happening all over the globe online. So now there is a society that is formed. People on the basis of likeness. There are people from various regions on the basis of likeness. They're coming together to protest against something. Now it is very abstract. Can you say that this is the society? Similarly, if we say rural society, you'll find that you have rural areas across the country. They have differences, they have similarities. So the basic similarity is agriculture. The basic similarities is traditional way of living. Another similarity can be joint family. But can you say that you can touch this rural society? Can you touch this urban society? No. So it is abstract in that sense. Then society is a process, not a product. So when we say that the people are interacting amongst each other, the people are interacting with the collective, there are social changes that are happening, people are interacting with other societies. This is very dynamic. This process is happening every day. And we cannot say that this is the final product. So for instance, if we say we are living in a modern society, where do you draw the line? Where do you say that this is modernization? This is where modernization started, and this is where modernization stopped. And now this is your modern Indian society. You cannot, because you see that a lot of changes are happening now again. We are changing our value system. There is invention of new technology. So this society is always under change. It is always a process. It has to be understood as a process and not a product. So when we say rural society, that rural society is also undergoing change. The rural society we had 2000 years ago is not the same that we have today. So this society has to be understood as a process, and this will help you understand that you do not have to limit yourself when it comes to society. I'll tell you when the time comes, but you understand this as a process and not a product. Now society provides a system of stratification. Understand this simply. Do not worry about this word. This word will be defined and taken care of in the future classes. Do not worry about this. Just understand simply. Just think about the way we have a conversation with our parents and the way we have a conversation with our friends. Similarly, the way you speak to your boss and the way you speak to a colleague, the way you speak to your teacher and the way you speak to your fellow students. Isn't there a difference? Similarly, on the basis of age as well, we treat everyone differently. Now, the basic idea is that society has a way of keeping people in hierarchy on the basis of various traits, on the basis of their wealth, on the basis of their age, on the basis of their role in the society. So you would think generally, because everyone is sitting here preparing for these prestigious services, and you have a sense of upliftment, you feel good about it, that I'm going to enter something that is going to have a lot of impact on the society. I'll have responsibility of the entire society. I'll be the one who's going to make changes. And you feel like on the top. But if I ask you, would you want to engage in manual labor? Would you want to engage yourself in unorganized sector? And most of you would say no, because everyone is here for this examination. Why? Because subconsciously you have an idea that civil services are here, and if you are an industrial worker, you are here. That means you are keeping them in a hierarchy. You are keeping them in hierarchical positions on the basis of prestige attached to it. Civil services, prestigious. Manual labor, not so prestigious. So the society has a way of keeping people in a structure, in a hierarchy, on the basis of various things. It can be your wealth, it can be your prestige, because the way we treat our rich and the way we treat our poor, the way we treat our elderly, the way we treat our juniors. So every society will have some kind of stratification, some system of stratification. And it is not just society, this also happens on a subconscious level, that you have to remember. It is also happening on a subconscious level within the individuals, because yes, generally we find that the norms that we follow, the ideas that we have, directly come from society. Whatever the society tells us to do, we go behind that. So walking on the road is not considered to be a good sign of prosperity. Driving a fancy car, prosperity. But yes, we can have individual ideas as well. Some of us might feel that it does not matter. Success does not come with material things, right? So everyone can have different ideas. But generally, we have to see that society has one or the other way of stratifying. So the Western society stratifies on the basis of class, on the basis of your work. We in Indian society have various systems. Think about caste system. According to caste system, there are few castes which come on the top, and then you have an hierarchy all the way till down. That there are few castes that we consider lower compared to the other ones, and that will come to. So just remember that every society will have some kind of hierarchy. Then interdependence is an essential element. So we are living in the same society. One idea is that on the basis of similarities and differences, we'll have cooperation and conflict. Another idea is we might not even have cooperation, we might not even have conflict, but the reality is that we are interdependent. You are dependent on the farmers, you are dependent on the ones involved in the logistics to get your food. The food that you get on your plate, for that you are dependent on a lot of people. Similarly, if you look at Indian society, we are dependent on each other for various things, be it your economic needs, be it your social needs. Think about family, or think about the institution of marriage. Now, for two people to get married, you're dependent on a lot of other people to legitimize your marriage. So it is only a new concept wherein people do not seek legitimacy of the society. People do live in relationships, do not get married. But generally, the basic idea is that you are seeking legitimation from the society. So you are dependent on them. So you are dependent on individual level. You are dependent on a social level as well. And then society sets the norms of conduct. The way we conduct ourselves, the way we speak to each other, everything is decided by society. And the ones who do not follow the norm are generally termed as antisocial. Think about someone who does not respect women in public. On inside your house, we do not know how a person is. Think of a person in your metro, in your bus stop, uh, at a park, who's being disrespectful to women. Automatically will feel that this person is not social. This person does not believe in the social norms. He's disrespectful. He's doing something wrong. And we hold that person accountable. And similarly, on various levels, society will have your various norms, that the way in which you are supposed to conduct yourself. Now, these norms can come out of ethics, because every society will have different set of values. Now, the Western societies, you see that for them, think about live-in relationship. It is a very normal thing for them. Yes, they do believe in the institution of marriage, but they are not very particular about it. They have changed. Our society, on the other hand, and particularly our traditional rural society, you'll find that it is something blasphemous. It is something that people look down upon. That how can a girl and a boy stay together without getting married? So these norms, these values will go on changing from society to society. It is not just if we compare India with international society, but within our society. So if you go from rural to urban society, norms and values differ. Similarly, within the same society, even if you're living in urban setup, within the same society, you will have different norms. So on the basis of class, for example, say some of you might be living in Mumbai, Delhi, bigger cities. You might be living there with your family, and your family would have more or less a traditional way of conduct. You must be believing in the traditional values. Yes, you can get modernized, but you must have some faith in traditional values. On the other hand, if you look at the affluent, the rich, the business class, your film stars, they're living in the same society but experiencing a different culture. They have a different culture, they have different norms. So the society sets the norms, but those norms are again very specific. Every family has certain different norms. Every individual has a personal set of conduct, their ethics. Similarly, these norms will go on changing from society to society. So yes, with respect to alcoholism, with respect to same-sex marriage, every society will have different norms, and the norms start from the individual and they go on till international global society, because we follow a lot of global norms as well. Now think about modernization. Being modernization is the buzz. Everyone wants to be modern. Everyone wants to have that global appeal. Everyone wants to look sharp. So yes, we have various norms of conduct working on various levels, and we do not have to get confused. This is to open up your understanding, because more often than not, we try to put a blanket. If a person is coming from rural background, they'll have so norms. No, they can differ. Similarly, if a person is coming from a city, they'll believe in this, they won't believe in this, and we try to generalize. Now sociology also tends to generalize things, and that's why we read sociology, so that we understand the general conduct. But it does it very scientifically. It does it on the basis of facts. It does it on the basis of stats. But what we do is, we do it with our limited understanding. We might not at all have experienced, say, the Northeastern culture, but we do have some conceptions about it. And those conceptions need not necessarily be wrong. But the idea is they are partial, because we do not have a complete understanding of the society, for instance, but we have some preconceptions, and those conceptions can be misconceptions as well. So what you have to try to do is, we have to look at anything, any institution, any section, coming out of the bubble, bird's eye view. So if you want to find out whether something is wrong, something is right, the first thing that you have to do is, you have to be neutral. And again, I know we must realize that we cannot be completely neutral, because the society that we are coming from will definitely have an impact. The subjects that we study will have an impact. The people that we speak to will have an impact on us. So we cannot be completely neutral, because even our literature, for that matter, cannot be neutral. When you talk about history, if there is something that happens, you'll have multiple perspectives, multiple ideas. The Marxists say so, the feminists say so, and we do not have a complete idea what has actually happened. But we keep fighting for the idea that we have. We are always having this ideological food fight, that this is right, this is wrong. And more often than not, we are not even looking at something factual, because we don't know what might have happened, right? So in the process of learning social issues and social justice, please try to become neutral. Please try to tend towards neutrality. One of the values that is expected from a civil servant, and also one of the important human values. So try to be neutral. Do not have biases within you. So with this basic understanding of society, let's move into social change, because social change is something that is going to be important. We are going to look at pretty much everything in the light of social change. Now think about social change. Do you think the society that we had previously is the same now? And the answer is no. Things are changing. Now these things that are changing, these can be various things. This can be the population of this society. This can be the level of technology that we have. There were times when we had keypad phones, and now we have smartphones, and these smartphones are also taking it to another level. They're using artificial intelligence, etc. So the levels of technology. Similarly, the population density in your area is changing. The values that we believe in are changing. Traditionally, marriage was understood to be a relationship between people from opposite genders, but now we see that people are fighting for same-sex marriage. So the values are also changing, and there are a lot of changes going around. Now these changes can happen either because of internal factors or external factors. Can someone suggest what can be various internal factors? With an example, what can be various internal factors which bring about this change in society? Can someone suggest any kind of example? So education, yes, education, your belief system, your economy, civil war, migration, great, interaction amongst each other, right? Your change in your standard of living, change in your economic status. These can be various internal factors which change of society from within. Then there can be external factors as well. What kind of external factors can bring about social change? Yes, so migration again finds a mention here. People migrating from other places. They'll come here, stay here, they'll change our culture. Globalization can be an external factor. Because of globalization, we are getting exposed to various different cultures. Then technology can be another external factor. Religion can also be other external factor. If you think about the changes in India, they have happened because of, say, people migrating to India. They have happened because of new kinds of religion entering India, right? So yes, your social media can be both internal and external. Perfect. So you have understood the idea. So you see that there are various factors, internal and both external, which bring about these changes in society. And now if we look at society, what kind of social changes are happening? What kind of social changes are happening? One you see is that there are demographic changes which are happening. Demographic related to population. The population is changing. Now this population is changing because of migration. The demography is changing because of your relationship between birth rate and death rate. Similarly, there can be other demographic factors. Sex ratio is also undergoing change. What are these? Few demographic changes that are happening. Similarly, you'll find various economic changes happening. Traditionally, we were engaged in agriculture, then we moved on towards industry, and now we find ourselves in midst of service sector. Even there, you find that the dependence on various forms of economic activity has changed. Previously, we were dependent more on agriculture, but now we are dependent more on service sector. So there can be economic changes. Then there can be political changes. Traditional Indian society, monarchical system. There was a king, their court, and who used to rule, who used to decide the norms. They were the ones who will create these norms, these laws. They were the ones who will execute these laws, and they were the ones who will find out whether these laws are just or not. So all the powers in one head. Now we have moved towards democracy. So now it is people who collectively decide who is going to be our representative, and those representatives will go about making laws. And there also changes are happening. Can someone suggest what is the kind of political change happening with respect to our democracy? Can someone suggest? Yes, so we find that there is decentralization happening. Now we are moving towards grassroots democracy. It is becoming participative democracy. Then we have increasing role of women in politics. Yes. Then the level of corruption is changing. Yes, corruption was there. Corruption is there till today. But you find the level on which it works is changing. Now we talk about black money. Now we talk about Swiss account. Right. So yes, you can see negative changes as well. At the same time, we say that our democracy is deepening. We find, on the other hand, that now we have one strong party which is ruling, and we do not find a lot of scope for dissent and differences in the parliament. And you would have seen that the time of discussion that goes on particular bill has reduced a lot because fruitful discussions are not happening. Political awareness amongst people is increasing. Absolutely, yes. So yes, what we see is various political changes are also happening. Then we think of socio-cultural changes. Think of the language that we speak. Think of what is happening to our traditional norms. Think of what is happening to our institution of family. We were coming from a joint family. Generally, people used to live in a joint family in agrarian setup. Now we are moving towards new kinds of families. So one is nuclear family, but along with that, you have new kinds of families coming up. You have single parent families, right? You have live-in relationships. So there are a lot of socio-cultural changes also happening. Then think of technological changes. The level at which technology used to interfere in our lives has changed. Initially, we used to think of technology as a means to a faster and efficient world. Now it is technology that prevails. We need technology for our education. We need technology for our entertainment. We need technology to simply stay in our house. So our dependence on technology is increasing. And the level at which technological advancements are happening is also something to see. Then our education is also changing. The education system, say traditional Indian education system based in religion. Now if you see that our education system is becoming more and more scientific. And with the recent national education policy, we are making it multidisciplinary. We are changing the approach to our education, because generally, traditionally, education has been understood as there is to be a teacher who's going to teach the students. Now we are talking about participation of students as well, so that we can enhance the learning experience. So the way we are participating in this discussion, you see that the nature is changing. Similarly, role of technology in education, online education, e-learning that we are doing. So there are a lot of social changes that are happening around us. And what we have to see is every change will have some positive or negative. Let's look at it briefly. Now, the changes in education, for example, online learning, digital learning, e-learning. If you think about this, yes, it has made it convenient. Now, you guys are sitting kilometers away from where the class is happening, but you can still access this class. You can still access education sitting at your home. This is affordable as well. If you compare it with traditional institutions, you find that it is way lot cheaper compared to that. So you have access, you have ease, it is efficient. But at the same time, you find that there is a digital divide. A few of you, few students who might not be sitting here, might come from rural backgrounds, might come from a remote area. They do not have access to internet. They do not have the basic infrastructure, digital infrastructure in place. Then even amongst you guys, some of you might face internet trouble because of, say, changing weather. Some of you might be using your mobile internet, which will have fluctuations. So yes, it has increased the access, but it has brought about other changes as well. Then you can question the efficiency of this education, whether you're getting a quality education or not. So a lot of changes are happening that we have to keep in mind. What we'll do is we'll look into a few forces of change, few important forces of change, and we'll try using them with questions. So for example, you find a question about the impact of globalization on women. Similarly, you had a question about impact of globalization on elderly. On the same lines, can't we look at the impact of globalization on children? Also, you find impact of globalization on caste system, impact of globalization on our self-help groups. So what we'll do is we will take the major forces of change and will reach a conclusion. Need not worry, you do not have to apply all the forces. We will try to make an ecosystem of these factors of change so that you can apply the same logic everywhere. So what we'll do is we'll look at various institutions and sections of our society in the light of change. Now we were saying that we were saying that uh, in a society people are interacting with each other, people are interacting with the collective is interacting with the people. Now there can be individuals who can bring about social change, who can have a lasting impact on the society. Think of your various thinkers. Think of Mahatma Gandhi in Indian context. Think of Dr. Ambedkar. Think of Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Now they were individuals who brought about a major change in the society, and they are remembered till date, and they will be remembered in the future. So an individual interacting with the collective, bringing about far-reaching changes. Similarly, if you you can make changes in the society. So individual and society relationship. Also, we find that society has an impact on the individual as well. The way individual can impact society, society also has a reciprocal effect on the individual. And generally, we find the impact of society on the individual is more prominent, because it is a very few examples where you'll see that an individual brought about far-reaching changes. Yes, individuals are bringing about change in the society with a small invention, of, say, electricity, the small invention of mobile phone. Far-reaching changes have been brought about, but it is the impact of society on the individual which is more prominent. You find that the way we speak, the way we behave with each other is ultimately coming from the social norms that we follow. Think about the influence of your teachers and your school fellow students on you. So a lot of our things are coming from there, from our society. And as society changes, we bring about those changes in ourselves. So previously, the caste system was rigid. Now the society had various norms with respect to caste system. Everyone was believing in those norms. But slowly, there were individuals, there were groups which brought about changes in this institution of caste. Also, there were external factors like globalization, modernization, which brought about a few changes in the caste system. And now we see that we try to adjust ourselves to this changing society. You'll find very few people who would still discriminate on the basis of caste. Yes, people might believe in the caste system, but you will not find many people in urban centers who would discriminate on the basis of caste. Everyone is trying to move along. Similarly, the conduct of a society is again dependent on the individuals. It is not that the norms are coming from elsewhere. The norms are coming from within. The norms are something that the collective decides. But these norms can also be impacted by political changes. So at times, the entire society might not be ready to accept a change. But with political tools, you can bring about those changes. But again, we have to question the efficiency of those changes. Think about it. Now, our constitution says everyone is equal. Constitution provides provisions to uh, to stop the practice of intouchability, but we still find it prevailing in our society. So political level change has been brought about, but society from within has not changed. Similarly, you can think about say the condition of women, the status of women. There are a lot of political ways in which we find that we're trying to give a better position to our women in the society. But again, you find it get you find the violation of it again and again. And also what you have to remember is, from this you get an idea that when we say that there are likeness and differences in the society, cooperation and conflict in the society, you'll always find that it is more than one viewpoint that prevails in the society. Yes, a particular viewpoint can be dominant for a while, can be dominant for some time, but it does not mean that there is no other side to it. So yes, say 80% of people might believe in this idea, but there can still be a minority 20% who believe in other idea. So at the same time, you'll find multiple ideas, multiple perspectives prevailing in the society. Also, you'll find multiple processes happening at the same time. So yes, we are saying that we are getting globalized, we are getting modernized, but don't you think at the same time we have forces of conservatism on the rise as well? There are more and more people adding to that pool. There are more and more people who believe in the cultural superiority of Indians and fighting for that. Our fight against, or certain sections of the society fighting against various changes, like new festivals that we are celebrating today, the fight against Christmas, fight against Halloween. So a lot of changes are happening at the same time. So you have to remember, and this will come with the process, because now you do not have to try to remember these things. You do not have to try to remember that this thing will happen. But when looking at various topics, it will become internalized, that you'll always look for alternate perspective. And you might know that it is a perspective that majority do not vouch to, but yes, it exists. But that will happen in the process. So you need not remember everything. I'm just laying the basic groundwork for you to understand the future discussions. Now, so we said that individual will have an impact on society. Similarly, society will have an impact on the individual. And that impact that society has on the individual is basically called socialization. Socialization is the process by which we learn various norms of the society, the process with which we develop our values, because our values are ultimately based in various social norms. Think about the idea of utility, because I believe a few of you might have gone through ethics classes, or leave the technical concept. Just think about a basic idea of respecting your elders. Now, that respect, yes, we now feel that it is internalized, we go on respecting our elders, but that is coming from the society, because there can be societies where they do not respect the elders like we do, and particularly Western societies. Similarly, the way we respect our elders also comes from our society, because there'll be regions in India where you'll talk in plural when you're talking to your elderly. That is most of the country. But then there are regions where you talk in singular. So the way we do something, things that we do, and the way we do something is ultimately dependent on the society. How the society is uh, making us adopt or learn those norms, those values. Now, when we talk about socialization and society, we see that there are various components in the society. Think about this. When a child is born, she doesn't know anything. They cannot speak. They can say make noises, different varied noises that only the mother and father can understand, and they themselves might be able to understand the kind of noises that they are making, but they do not have a way to communicate. They do not know what is their religion. They do not even know their name. They do not know about anything with respect to the society. But the family, with time, goes on socializing them. The family tells the children that these are your parents, these are your siblings, these are your grandparents. This is how you speak. We try to make them speak. Let's say mother or say father. Try to make them take their own name. So we teach them in language. We teach them in religion that this is your religion. These are various cultural practices. So when you find someone entering your house, please be respectful. Please use, say good morning, good afternoon. So all the basic norms, all the ways in which a person has to conduct oneself is coming from the family at the initial stage. But then you start growing up, then you start going, then you start going to the school, and there you'll find you'll have the impact of your teacher on you. They will tell you that go wash hands before you eat. Similarly, you will have impact of your friends, the friends that you stay with in your school. You'll learn a lot of things. There'll be friends coming from, say, different cultures. There'll be friends coming from other part of the country. There'll be friends coming from the same region, and you learn a lot of things there. You learn how to be mischievous there. You learn how to, say, get into a fight in the school, right? And at times you find that the levels at which socialization is happening can be conflicting. Generally you find that the socialization that you get from your family is based in the various traditional practices, but when you talk about the socialization that happens in school is more rational, is more scientific. They talk about they talk about the logic behind something. Why do you wash your hands? You wash your hands so that the bacteria is removed and that doesn't go inside your stomach while eating. At the same time, the family might teach you the same norm of washing your hands before you eat, but they can give an altogether different reason based in religion or based in a traditional practice. Also, you find your family and your teachers expect you to be obedient, but your friends and you yourself do not want to be obedient. You work in the right opposite direction. You want to be mischievous. You want to slap someone and run away. That your family, your teacher, and the society at large does not vouch to. So this socialization is happening on various levels. This socialization can be same or can be conflicting. And ultimately, it is up to the individual which socialization will prevail. Because think about your friend who has been there with you since childhood. You have studied in the same school, you have stayed in the same neighborhood, same vicinity, then you have studied in the same college, you have the same friend group, but the values that you believe in are going to be different. Why? Because every individual have a differential impact of the socialization. Some might become very obedient because their parents and their teachers and the society in general has asked them to. Then some can become very mischievous. Some can become at times antisocial, that they do not believe in these norms at all. So this socialization is going to have a varied impact on individuals. So I'll just write it here so that you remember. Varied impact on individuals. Now, again, I'm saying that you do not have to remember because these are abstract terms. And when we start applying these to various concepts, to various sections, to various institutions, the process will become internalized. And our process or the way of teaching is going to be that of discussion. Rather than it being a one-way communication, it is going to involve you, engage you all. And please try to engage in these kind of discussions. Because generally what happens is that it is one way delivery. You do ask your questions, that is different. But when I say engagement, what I mean is I would expect you to answer. I would expect you to try to storm your brain and come up with an answer, because that is the only way to learn this subject properly. Because what I tell you can also be limited. And what you have to do is you have to start applying your own logic. Because at times the kind of questions that you find, just think about a question on work from home. Now work from home has become popular since your COVID times because of the lockdown. And now they asked a question about the impact of work from home on the institution of family. Now, if you look at this question in the examination, right now you might think that it is a normal question. It is something very general and I can write. But when you start writing, you would not find points to write. So if you look into this question, it is a very specific question. And this is a question that cannot traditionally be taught in the classroom. And there'll be many more questions like that. Cryptocurrency being asked in paper one. And all these kind of questions will need you to have a very good conceptual understanding, which can come with engagement. So you have to try to answer the questions. And another suggestion is, please do not look at the PPTs beforehand. Please do not go through the PPTs before lecture, because again, this is a subject which has to be learned through discussions. And if you look at the PPT, you'll already have the answers, and those answers will come only generally, if not only, but generally out of remembrance. They would not come out of concept building. I want everyone to build concepts. So please try to engage in the class and do not look at the PPT beforehand. Okay, so yes, we will deal those kind of questions and as and when they come. Now let's start with our first topic, which is salient features of the Indian society. Now, if you think of salient features of the Indian society, think about your caste system. Isn't it something that is a salient feature of the Indian society? Isn't it something that is distinct, that is a distinct, say, institution compared to other societies? Similarly, the institution of family and marriage that we have, don't you think it is different from the West? Our institution of family is different. Then you think about the diversity that we have. And now this diversity will entail all the other forms of diversity. Your linguistic diversity, your religious diversity that you're talking about, right? And we have diversity in forms of demography. We have people from different age groups. We have people from different genders. We have people come living in various geographical regions. We have people who have different set of values. We have people living in rural areas, urban areas. So we have a lot of diversity in terms of religion, race, culture, etc. So if you look at this part of diversity, let me clear this. You do not need to know all the cultures in the country. You do not need to know all the races in the country. You do not need to know all the religions in the country. What we have to understand is basic rules with respect to diversity. That yes, India is a very diverse country, but still we find unity amongst people. Still we find people standing together as one. How is that possible? Because this is something that looks very strange to the Western societies, because you would find that most of the Western countries are very homogeneous in the composition. They have people speaking the same language. They have people following the same religion, at least majority of them. They do not have a lot of diversity. Similarly, yes, so Abhijit is asking, can we include class in the system? Yes, we will discuss class with caste, and we'll come to it. We will make it very clear. We'll make it very clear. So right now, I'm just trying to keep it simple so that it does not get complicated. So in terms of our value system, we have a lot of diversity. But do we need to remember all the values and everything? No, because you possibly cannot. You cannot possibly remember everything. And it is not desirable as well. Plus, if you look at the questions, all they need is the general understanding, how you have to go about it. Because if you have diversity, does it necessarily mean that you will have conflict? That is one question. Another question is, if you have a lot of similarities, does that mean it will lead to unity? So all these kind of questions will be raised, and we'll try to answer those questions. So all you need to understand is the general framework. Now, before moving on to caste system, that will be our first salient feature of the Indian society. Let's look at the classification of society on the basis of various factors. Now, one of the factor is on the basis of economic activity. Think of it as an evolution of the society. One is that all these activities are still prevailing. You find people who believe in hunting and gathering. You have your tribals. Then you have people engaged in service sector. Then you have people engaged in agriculture, industries. Everything is there. But to have a better understanding, understand this in like a process or evolution. So the initially, the first man, they would not know about anything. They would not have a language. They would not have say any knowledge about agriculture. It was mostly forested. So what they would do is, when they'll feel hungry, they'll go out in the forest, take some fruits, vegetables, and have it. But then there can be others where you do not have something to eat. You do not have, say, edible fruits or vegetables there in the forest, and they might rely on hunting. That they'll go out, hunt some animal, and have it. And this is also evolution, because initially they might not be able to differentiate between a poisonous mushroom and a regular mushroom or edible mushroom. So this is also a process of their learning. But you find that initially they were dependent on hunting and gathering. Then moving on, they realize that this is something that we can do on our own. We do not need everything in one place. What we can do is, we want to have this specific thing, and let's start growing this, which led them towards agriculture. Because the difference is, in agriculture, you will have specific crops. You will remove the forested land, you will clear the forested land, where you have a lot of diversity with respect to your flora and fauna. You'll clear that land, and you'll start growing a similar crop on that field. Then we move toward agriculture. Our agriculture also became more and more productive, more and more efficient over the years. Then you had role of technology, you had new equipments coming up, you had the spread of agriculture increasing. Then post that, if you see, after the industrial revolution, during the industrial revolution, we had new technologies coming up. With that, we transitioned into industrial economy, wherein we were more reliant on industries for our basic necessities. So with the raw material from agriculture, we started producing various products. Similarly, for example, the cotton that we were getting from agriculture, initially it was spinned and everything was done by hand. Then we got industries, then we got technology, and we started producing everything on a mass scale, and we transitioned into industrial economy. And slowly now we see that we are moving towards post-industrial society, which is based in your service sector. That now it is not the product that matters. Now our economy is dependent more and more on services. And also the cultural values, norms are also changing. While transitioning from these societies, everything, culture, norm, everything is changing. But you understand this, that the basic economic activity initially was hunting and gathering, then we moved towards agriculture, industry, and ultimately towards post-industrial society. Now, another thing is that there are differences with respect to these societies. One thing is, right now we're living in post-industrial society, and we have a mix of everything. Everything is present. All kind of economic activities are there. So yes, the major economic activity, or the major, say, your GDP is contributed by your service sector, but it's not that other forms of economic activities are not available. They are also there. And you see that there are differences in these societies. For example, if you compare agricultural society to industrial society, you'll find a lot of differences apart from economy. Can someone think of other possible differences between an agricultural and an industrial society apart from economy, apart from the economic factor, anything else? The institution of family, class, education, the way we live, our lifestyle, the kinship bonds, our environment has been changing. Great. There have been changes with respect to demography, because the life expectancy has increased, for instance. So yes, there are various changes. And now what we have to do is, right at the beginning, let's not get into it. Right at the beginning, let's not get into the differences, because yes, you can ask what are the differences between industrial and post-industrial society. But what we'll do is, after we are done with caste system, family, and marriage, then we'll get back to this. Because by that time you would have understood, if you want to see what changes have happened in a particular institution, how do you do it? And you'll understand that very well with your discussion on caste system and your institution of family and marriages. So we'll come back to the differences. Moving on the basis of values, we find, we can say, either traditional or modern. Now we have our own idea of traditional and modern that will come to. The next idea is based on residential trend. There are people living in rural areas, there are people living in urban areas. How do you differentiate rural and urban areas? That is another question that we'll discuss with urbanization. Then there are people still living in, still believing in the tribal way of living, either living in the forest or moving from one place to another. The society, tribal societies generally, either they go on moving in search of various economic activities from one place to another, that you generally call nomads, else they stick to their forest or the habitat that they are naturally living in. So different way of living based on the residential trend. Now, first thing that we'll do is we will discuss on the basis of values. Other things will fall in place, other things you will be able to understand. One is this rural urban divide, and the differences with tribal will be covered with urbanization. Based on economic activities, what are the changes will be taken up towards the end. Right now, let's focus ourselves on values. So yes, that is my question. Yes, we are going to discuss what are social and modern values. So what we'll do is, you have to first tell me what is your idea of modern, so that we can compare. Because first we should know that what is your idea of modern, what do you understand as modern, and what do you understand as traditional. So is wearing jeans and shirt modern? Is roaming about in cars modern? Or what else is modern? So okay, let me write as well what you are suggesting. So technology, our lifestyle, our political structure, what else? Our value system, our culture. Yes, so you can definitely relate modern to climate change as well, because climate change has been there, but the pace of it has increased. So yes, some are relating it to various values like liberty, equality. Great. So our behavior with people, etc. Industrial growth, great. The role of technology, the way we look at our society. Also, someone has written secularization, that we are becoming more and more secular, and we'll come to that. We are more logical, we are more rational now. Great. Great. So let's come to these. Let's come to these one by one. Let's come to these one by one. So everyone, if you see, otherwise on an individual level, everyone has a limited idea of modernization, or what the word modern means. Everyone has a different idea about it, which is more often than incomplete. But when we put all your ideas together, you find that we have explained the term very well, and we'll come to it. We'll discuss all the factors of modernization. So please remember that this process is going to be important, and we are going to, because uh, most of you are sitting at home and studying, you might not have a peer group, and to give you a feeling of peer group, one is this engagement, and another thing is you'll get to know what others are thinking as well. That if we talk about answers, I'll first ask you, how can you write the introduction? Then you'll suggest something, and you'll get to know that, oh, I had a fair idea about how to introduce, but see, the other person has say opened up another dimension. So this process of discussion is going to be important. Sushi, see, you do not have to worry about it. In the next slide, you have everything written. You have everything written, and also it is more about the idea. It is more about the concept that you have to understand, and everything else will fall in place. So just have to bear with me for a couple of days, and everything will be understood. Okay, so these are various aspects of modernity, and now looking at this, you'll find that you had pretty much included everything. We will discuss these ideas one by one, because some of you might have suggested secularization. but might not be aware about urbanization. Similarly, people might not be aware about rationalization, so we'll take them one by one. So it is covered for everything. Yes, so uh, can you hold on for a second? I think there's some issue with the camera. Just a second, please. Okay. Okay, getting back to it. So these are various aspects of modernity. The first thing is, if you look at traditional society, we had a very important role of religion. If you think about it, our education was based in religion, and not just in India, but across the globe. We had our education system based in religion. Our basic conduct, our day-to-day conduct was based in religion. Then if you look at our political structure, it was also based in religion. How? Do you remember a few, say, kings or rulers who said that we are here, we are the messengers of God. We are here to uh, perform our duty of religion. So even their political legitimacy was based in religion. But now you see, over a period of time, that the society is moving away from religion. The society is now giving more and more weightage to other things than religion. That the importance of religion is on a decline. The importance of religion is on a decline. That we find that now our education is based on logic and science. Similarly, we do not believe in a lot of religious rituals now, because uh, I I hope so that none of you would discriminate with a fellow student on the basis of their caste, which is based in a religion, or would not discriminate someone on the basis of their religion. So secularization can be understood as decreasing or decline in importance of religion, in the significance of religion, which is what? Secularization. Secularization is decline in importance of religion. Religion, which was affecting all the dimensions of our life, has become more or less a private personal affair. But just keep that argument in mind. Can you think of the opposite way? Can you say, looking at a few things, that the importance of religion is increasing as well? It is not just on decline. Yes, our education is becoming secular, is detached from religion now, but at the same time, we have, yes, increasing role of religion in politics, increasing role of religion in society. So it is not just on decline, but the general trend is that the importance of religion has declined. Yes, we have people who are tending to, say, move towards or push towards religion, but in general it is on a decline. And also, someone has asked a very good question: is it good or bad? Santosh has asked a question: is it very good or bad? That will come to. Need not worry about it, because everything cannot be, say, fitted into your moral ideas, whether it is good or bad. We have to see what is the impact of it. We can only understand something is good or bad, what is the impact of it. And also, this good and bad is coming from the social norms, because your social norms will decide whether it is good or not. Because the Western societies might think that it is completely personal, it is completely private affair, and you should not be manifesting various aspects of religion in public. But at the same time, a traditional Indian might feel that I am losing my ground, I'm losing my roots, that I'm getting detached from religion. So it is very subjective. The idea of good and bad is very subjective, right? That will come to. But yes, what we have to see is what has been the overall impact on society. Do you think your education system is better now with detachment from religion or not? And everything will have positive and negative. So let's restrict ourselves, and we will deal all the aspects as and when they come into our syllabus. Then the idea of rationalization. It means that now you are using logic to reach conclusions. Now you are using rational ideas, logic. For example, traditionally, if there is a cat which crosses your path, not necessarily you, but if there is a cat crossing the path of a person, they would tend not to cross it. They'll wait for someone else to cross it for some reason, else they'll do something about it, or they'll just change their way, they'll take another way. Why? Because it was not based in logic. But now, if a cat crosses your path, would you do that? Would you stop? Would you change your way? Generally, no. Most of the people would not. Why? Because now we are seeking logic in our practices, in our various practices. Similarly, the way we treat it, yes, so now it is more about critical and logical thinking. Yes, and we are moving away from superstitions. Yes, so rationalization is use of logic to reach various conclusions. Similarly, if we talk about the increasing influence of science and technology, yes, technology, because see, technology, if you say that artificial intelligence is the technology, internet is the technology, your super fast cars are the technology, it is not that. Technology is something that is a little ahead of our times. If you understand this with that logic, it is something that is a new invention, that is something a little ahead of our times. So for example, technology for someone in the ancient times, wheel was technology. Why? Because now they could move from one place to another easily compared to their present situation. So the role of technology has to be understood that way. But that's why we have written increasing influence. So not that in traditional society there was no role of technology. Yes, technology was there. Our agricultural equipments were getting better and better over the years. So yes, there was increasing role of technology. But now we see that our life is surrounded by technology. Everything is based in technology. With our push towards scientific education, with our push towards, say, increasing the standard of living, increasing the ease of living, we have been surrounded by various aspects of technology, and the influence has been ever increasing. Similarly, you can talk about the emergence of nation state. Now, you do not have to think strictly in political terms, in political science terms, that a few of you might, because of your educational background or your optional. So what is technology for us? Yes, the technology for us is something that is changing. Now, as you think about this, you do not have to think that what exactly is technology, because it is changing. It is under, say, transition. It is always under transition. It is a part of society, always under transition. So what we have to see is it is the increasing influence of science and technology in our lives. So our education based in technology, the way you travel to your work or school or college based in technology, the way you communicate with each other based in technology. So the influence of technology is increasing, because for some of us, for example, I'm not a tech savvy, so for me, using a smartphone and the internet is technology. Having to deliver lectures over the internet is amazing role of technology. For some of you, artificial intelligence and something that is going beyond artificial intelligence might be technology. So it is under transition. Then you look at the emergence of nation state. Now think about this. Traditionally, we had various kingdoms. There was a ruler, and there was a tendency of imperialism, that everyone was expanding, was at least trying to expand their territory over the years. And then the people got to know that people felt that if we are not speaking same language, and rather it was more towards nationalism, that we are speaking same language, we are experiencing the same culture, let's move away from this bigger kingdom, let's create our own nation state. Because the idea was that if we are speaking the same language, if we have the same culture, the thing is that we will live in cooperation, we will have similar interests which we can achieve. So therein you find the emergence of nation state. And this nation state is not in terms of the state, the states that we have in India. the concept of nation state is related directly with nationalism and with your Europe, because during your World War time, you find that Europe started breaking up. There were kingdoms before the First World War. After the First World War, the bigger kingdom broke up on the basis of linguistic and national identity. So this emergence of nation state is so the emergence of nation state is can be related to nationalism, the rise of nationalism, because otherwise we had kingdoms, and with this accompanied democracy. So one idea is, let's move away from this bigger kingdom, let's create our own nation state. And then also why would we need a ruler? Why would we want to follow or be obedient to someone else's views? Why not we ourselves govern us? We govern ourselves all by ourselves. That we will elect a leader amongst us, and we will give them say uh, greater authority. They will have responsibility, but we'll give them greater authority. They'll be the ones who will take decisions for us, because if all of us, if we sit together, there's no way we'll reach a conclusion. So let's the smarter one amongst us, let the mature one amongst us take the decision, and let's decide who is that smarter one, who is that mature one, and thereby emergence of the idea of democracy. And then you can apply this logic to the actual idea of democracy, the political idea of democracy. So one is on the conceptual level, that people are feeling that why should someone else govern us? It should be us who have to take who should take our day-to-day decisions. It should be us who will create our own state on the basis of various similarities. And similarly, then you find the rise of democratic states. There are a lot of states who were previously under one rule or the other started becoming democratic. Come to India. Even India, before the advent of Britishers, was divided in various kingdoms. Even with the Britishers, we had various kingdoms for that matter. And then later we find that once we ousted the British, we set up a parliamentary system here, the system of democracy. And this idea of democracy, the idea of people having to govern themselves, people getting to govern themselves, is also modern. Because the traditional idea was the idea of someone else ruling us, someone else telling us what to do, what not to do. And the idea of democracy says that it is us who's going to decide what has to be done. So change or transition towards idea of democracy. Then you talk about industrialization, capitalism, commodification, urbanization. You will take all these together. But before that, let's look at expansion of mass media. Now, previously, before modern times, before modern technology, you find that if you had to communicate with someone else, it would take days. You would have to write a letter, send it across, and even that process was slow because we did not have the kind of logistics we have today. But now, if you want to speak to a friend or your cousin who's sitting there in the States, you can just do it over a call. It'll take a minute. And also, you find that there has been expansion of mass media over the years, not just the means of communication that are contained in technology, but the way we get information. Now you have news channels who will report it within a minute. Something happens in the Europe and they report it in a minute. So within a minute, you'll get to know. So there has been this expansion and changes in mass media. Now I'll just clear one more thing, that when we are talking about this, because looking at a few comments, I feel that you are again thinking of it as an end, that where have we reached? Where did this start? Yes, we do give a cutoff to modernity, but what we have to understand is this is a process that we are getting secularized. We are using more and more logic in our decision making. We are getting more and more urbanized. The democracy is deepening more and more, right? So you have to understand this as a process, that the influence of science and technology is increasing, because 10 years ago, at least we are not using technology, or 15 years ago, at least we are not using technology in education. Now technology is influencing our education, the way technology is playing a role in healthcare. So it has been increasing. So please try to understand it as a break, it as a process. Then we have setting up of industries, transition from agrarian to industrial economy. Similarly, market-oriented approach and commodification. But let's do one thing, because it's time for break. Let's take a break, and after the break, we'll take up these. No need to rush, because a lot of you are asking about break. So after the break, we'll take this. And I have a question for you. The question is, what according to you is Indian society? Is it modern or traditional? So what you have to do during the break is you have to think about this question, and after the break, we'll first take up this and then we'll try to answer the question. Please be ready with your answer. Okay, so let's take a break and we'll meet again at 7:11 after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Let's continue our discussion from where we left. So, what we were discussing various aspects of modernity, and we are thinking of it as a process. So, we are not saying that we are completely secular as modern, but we are undergoing a process of secularization. Religion has been on a decline, it is declining like this. Yes, there are elements which are still there. So, if you look at this graph, for instance, this is the importance of religion, say. This is importance of religion, and this is time. So, coming from traditional society where the importance of religion was high, one thing is, it does not mean that all the people were secular. Yes, most of the all the people believed in the importance of religion, but most of the people were inclined towards religion. And even our social structure, our education system, our political system was under the influence of religion, and it has been declining over a period of time. So, does that mean that there is no one, absolutely no one, that we are 100% secular and no one believes in religion? No, we still have people who believe in religion. But yes, over the years, it has been experiencing a decline. Similarly, yes, we are undergoing a process of rationalization. So please understand it as a process. So rather than democracy, it can be democratization. Now let's look at other factors. So someone had asked a question, and I'll address that as well. I'll address that as well. That can't we write globalization here? Absolutely yes. And it comes with industrialization and the growth of urbanization, and globalization can also be mentioned here. Now let's look at these processes. So if we talk about industrialization, initially we had agrarian setup, then slowly we moved towards industrialization. We industrialized more and more. Role of science and technology increased in the matters of production. We are not doing everything with hands. And again, you'll see that it is again related to status as well, that we generally feel that the ones who are involved in manual labor, we accord them lower status, whereas the ones who do not have to do manual work are being given a better status in the society, for that matter. So we have been undergoing a process of industrialization, which means that the number of industries are going, more and more processes are being taken up through industrialization, wherein we believe in mass production. We produce more and more goods. With industrialization, you can say that there has been a rise in commodification. Commodification basically means uh, uh, treating anyone or treating any person, human, like an object, like a commodity. That means now everything has a value. We attach value to it. We do not just think merely in terms of human values, human emotions, but we look at the utility. What can be the benefit? And on the basis of that utility that one can provide, we attach a value to it. So we attach more value to, say, our scientists. We attach more value to our bureaucrats as compared to others. So this commodification is treating anyone like a commodity and disregarding human values. So yes, we have been undergoing a process of commodification. Similarly, if we think about the traditional societies, we find that it was the role of state when it comes to assigning value or thinking about the price of any product. If you talk about, say, what will be the price of wheat in the market, it was decided by the state, it was decided by the government. But now we see that with the advent of capitalism, we find that it is market which assigns value, to people, which assigns value to any kind of product. So from the role of government, and we can also say with this that the role of government has also been declining. Similarly, we find urbanization happening, more and more people moving towards urban areas, people leaving their rural households, People leaving their major economic activity, that was agriculture, and moving towards cities, going and setting up and living in cities. Then similarly, globalization has also been increasing. It's not that it was not there. Yes, Britishers came to India. Yes, we find our Silk Route, but ultimately now we see that the speed, the pace at which globalization has been happening has increased. So globalization has been deepening in our society as well. Yes, so Bharti is suggesting the ulterior perspective to commodification, and that's good, and that's what is expected of you. So commodification was there as well in the past, in terms of slave trading, in terms of bonded labor, where people were not treated like humans. They were treated as a commodity, traded like a commodity. Now you see that those aspects have also been on decline. But in general, we find that we attach a price, we put a price tag on pretty much everything. We treat people like objects, commodification of women. So yes, we have to look at the ulterior perspective as well, and that will come to when we talk specifically about Indian society. So these were a few aspects of modernity, that what does the term modern entail. Now my question was, what do you think, is Indian society modern or traditional? How do you find that, is another question that will come to. So yes, most of you are saying that India is in a transition phase, wherein we are moving from traditional to modern. We are moving from traditional to modern. This is the transition that India is going through. It is a blend of both. If we look at our say aspect of religion, we find that yes, there has been a decline in the importance of religion in our education, in our politics, but at the same time we find that the various religious practices, various rituals that we follow are still based in religion. Think of the way we cremate our dead. Think of the rituals that are being held when a child is born, that those are still based in religion. Now again, religion is something that basically is a part of your socialization from the very beginning, but it is again under change. How? In joint families, it was your family who was say socializing you in the matters of religion. But now with nuclear families, families do not neither have the time, nor do they attach that kind of importance to religion. But again, there'll be rural and urban divide. So yes, we have modern values and traditional values at the same time. So the marriages that are happening are not in the traditional way. We have new forms of marriages as well. But again, the marriages are decided on the basis of muhurtam, that we decide a time and place and everything on the basis of religion. Yes, so other thing is, yes, if you talk about various kinds of infrastructure, those are also under change. The infrastructure with relation to health, the infrastructure of your roads, the basic technological infrastructure, everything is under change, and it is getting better over the years. So yes, these were the few aspects, basic aspects, because all these things can be fitted in here. So increasing influence of science and technology can be related to advancement in healthcare. So but the most important thing that that we have to realize is that it is a process. It is not that we have become completely secular. It is not that we have lost the importance of religion. There's no significance of religion. No, it is there, but it is on a decline. And also we find that against this wave of modernization, so we have now, we can say that yes, there has been a wave of modernization which we are undergoing as a society. This wave of modernization has an opposite wave of conservatism, that with rise in modernization, people come in as people come, form groups and come against this wave. For example, the way you find the few that a few social groups like Bajrang Dal, etc., they will protest the celebration of Valentine's Day. They'll go around beating at people or chasing people away from public spaces who are celebrating Valentine's Day, because according to them, it is a matter, or it is something related to Western culture. And this westernization should not happen. And also, herein we talk about westernization as well. Now, the basic difference is, if you look at westernization, it also has similar traits like modernization. But the basic difference is, we say that rather than becoming modern, we are becoming Western. Think of the way we dress, and it has more of a cultural connotation to it. Think of the way that we dress. Think of the language that we speak, which is coming directly from the West. And this is what the process of westernization is. Process of westernization says that we are becoming more and more Western rather than modern. So this is not competing, they go hand in hand. But generally, westernization is found to be as one stream of your globalization and modernization. So we say that we are becoming global, we are experiencing newer cultures. But the argument is, rather than experiencing diverse cultures, we are experiencing more of Western culture. So rather than, say, speaking French, that should have become a part, that should have been a part of globalization, experience of new language, we are learning English, which is a Western language. Even though French also, if you talk about Europe, that is also Western. But we talk about westernization and also Americanization, that we are becoming more and more like our uh, American people, that the food habits that we have, the way we behave with each other is becoming more and more Americanized. So you do not have to get confused with these. All you have to see is what are the basic traits. So even if you look at westernization, other traits are going to be similar, because industrialization, secularization, etc., they remain the same. The only difference is with respect to culture, that we are becoming more and more westernized. With this, let's see how to go about it, because this is a very general answer, that if we say that Indian society is under transition, India's society is tending towards modernization, but we have cultural values, we have traditional values there as well. But how do we find out? Just think about this. How do we find out? What we have to do is, we have to look at various features of the Indian society and look at the change that is happening in every culture, change that is happening in every social institution. And that is how we can decide whether Indian society is going under transition or not. So what are the various institutions we'll come to. But you have to remember that this is how you structure your answers. Everything is going to be according to the social change that is happening. And we have to remember, to understand that social change, what is the impact of that social change on a particular society, we have to look at various features of the society, because those features of the society constitute what we understand as a society. So if we talk about Indian society, we have various features like religion, diversity, family and marriage, stratification, value system, political system, economy. And this does not just apply to Indian society, it applies to every society. Every society has these features, basic features. So their economic system, their political system, and their social system. Inside their social system, they have various dimensions. Inside their social system, they have a system of religion, they have a system of stratification, they have diversity with respect to their society, and how these features undergo change. Now, what we have to do is to understand Indian society in the light of modernity, to explain how Indian society is undergoing transition, rather than keeping it unstructured, rather than coming up thinking about a particular point and then writing it. It's better to move with the structure, to see what can be the various dimensions of Indian society. It can be your society in general, then it can be your political structure, it can also be your economic structure. And what are the changes that are happening in these features? So let's take them up one by one. Now, we will not go into greater detail, because these things are going to be discussed further as well. But let's see. This is just to give you an idea that how do you structure your answers. So now, if I say, if you want to look into the changes that have happened to the institution of family, How do you go about it? You try to look into various features of the family, as an institution, and then you try to analyze what have been the changes. Similarly, if we say that caste system is undergoing change, and this is something that everyone will agree, that the caste system is undergoing change in the Indian society, how do you go about it? You look at various features of the Indian society or of the caste system and look at what kind of changes have happened. So Bharti is saying that we are moving towards nuclear family from joint family, etc. But now the thing is, what apart from this? If you think like this, without structuring, what apart from this? Then you would have to sit and think, what else can be there? But if you know the features, basic features of your institution of family, you would know that even if we talk about family, the composition is changing in the form of we are becoming more and more nuclear. From a bigger joint family, we are moving towards nuclearization. Family is becoming nuclear. This is with respect to the size of the family. But if we talk about the say the various practices inside the family as an institution, for example, patriarchy, for example, the status of women, for example, the functions of family. Now, the family has an important function of socializing the children, and we see that in modern society, it is various other institutions which are actually socializing the children rather than family. So the functions are changing, the size is changing, the composition is changing, and this is how we have to structure. And you see that you will, as we move, you will understand this and be ready for any kind of question. So even if they ask a specific question only on stratification, you'll be able to answer it. Why? Because you would have structured it by then. You would have understood how to structure your answer. Okay, let's start with it. Let's take up your economic system to be the first feature. Now, in traditional Indian society, our economy was based in agriculture. We were agrarian. Most of our population was engaged in agriculture. The GDP, most part of it was coming from agriculture. But now we have moved towards industrial and service sector. That now most of the contribution to our GDP is coming from either industrial or service sector. But there is a catch here. There is a catch here that we still find most of our population is still engaged in agriculture. Most of our population is still engaged in agriculture, right? So in that sense, uh, and sorry that I had written a few things outside this box in red, but it is nothing up like it has no change compared to this. So here, if we write in yellow, it would not be visible, right? If we write in red, it would be more visible. So yes, so if we see that, yes, we have transitioned from an agrarian economy to an industrial and post-industrial economy. But there are a few things. For example, we still have most of our population engaged in agriculture. Agriculture is still a part of it because see, agriculture still contributes greatly to our economy. And in the COVID year, you remember, it was only agriculture which saw a growth. Other sectors were down. Also, if you talk about agriculture, that agriculture is also undergoing change. The productivity is increasing. The role of technology in agriculture is increasing, right? But if we say that Indian economic system is transitioning from agrarian to industrial and post-industrial, would that be right? Absolutely yes. But we also have to remember the opposite side. Moving on to our political system. The political system we had before was monarchy. Traditionally, there was a king, they had a court, and they used to take care of everything. They used to take care of making the laws, implementing those laws, and also giving justice to people. But in modern Indian societies, we have a democratic system. We have democratic government. And also this democracy is undergoing change. It has been changing. It is, yes, the cutoff can be your independence. But since independence, it is undergoing change. It is reaching the grassroots levels. From representative, it is becoming participative democracy. I'll just give a fair idea about this. Just think about that we generally elect our leaders who become our representatives in the parliament. What form is that? Representative democracy. So ultimately, it is the rule of the people, but through representatives. And when I say it is becoming participative, that means now we are also becoming an active part of our politics, active part of our system. How? In the form of civil society. Now we form pressure groups, we form various other social groups, and we try to pressurize government. We try to ask government about our rights. We try to hold government responsible. We try to give our suggestions with respect to various policies. We uh, uh, try to exercise our right to vote more and more. So from representative, we are moving towards participative democracy. But at the same time, you would see with democracy, you will find uh, there is an element of liberty, there is an element of equality, right? Democracy is related to these. You would have read in your preamble that democracy has liberty, in equality, etc. These principles in it. But at the same time, you'll find that state becomes despotic at times. State or the government does not care about your intentions, does not care about your demands. So it was us who created that government. It was us who elected our representatives. For what reason? To take care of us. For what reason? For the welfare of people. But now you see, the more we are modernizing, they are getting out of reach. Now they do not just care about the rights of the people. It has changed. It has been evolving. It has been changing. So yes, we have become more democratic compared to the past. But yes, there is an opposite wave of authoritarianism, wherein it is not the will of the people, but the will of the political class that prevails, will of a particular political group that prevails. So with democratization, also, we have increase of authoritarianism. So yes, our democracy is reaching grassroots level. Panchayati Raj institutions are also spreading. There is democratic decentralization going on. Let's move to the value system. What kind of values did we have traditionally? Now, we had values like tolerance in the Indian society. We had values like love in the Indian society. People used to care about each other. People used to believe in cooperation. People used to believe in the power of community, believe in the power of collective. But now we see that we are moving more towards individualism. Now it is one for oneself. If you want to get your rights, if you want to get rid of a problem, it is just you who has to take care. So from the community based living, we are moving towards individualism, where everything, your value system, everything revolves around the individual. Now it is your personal belief system that decides how you are going to behave in the society. But also at the same time, let me take you a little towards a question. Now what if I say that tolerance and love have been an important part of our traditional Indian society, and also are an important part of Indian society today, or modern society today? Love and tolerance being important values in the past and being important values today as well. Can we say that? Absolutely yes, we can say, but a few are saying no as well. So let's ask for your opinions. The ones who say yes, how can you say yes? And the ones who are saying no, how can they say no? So Rashmi is saying yes, tolerance and love are still an important feature of the Indian society, but it is on a decline. Okay. Yes, so Mithun is saying that we can say that it is a part of Indian society today as well. Why? Because even though we have a lot of diversity, we still are able to maintain this unity. We do not see a civil war happening as has happened in other countries, and no other country has held on to the diversity that we have in India. So which is the factor, which is a simple answer to the prevalence of tolerance and love in Indian society? Let's talk about those who were saying, no, it is not. Yes, so Suma is giving an example that look at Manipur issues. Look at the riots that happened in Haryana a couple of days ago. What does that show? It shows that the feeling of tolerance and love, the mutual respect for each other, the mutual respect for others' community is on a decline as well. So overall, if you see that, yes, tolerance and love were a feature of Indian society and are a feature of Indian society, but it is on a decline. It is changing. And from community-based living, we are moving more towards individualism, because previously, just think about this in terms of composition of our society. Previously, we are living more and more in rural areas. In rural areas, it is a community way of living. Even today, if you go to a rural area, you'll find that people believe in the strength of the community. People are there serving the community. The needs of the community come first, and only after that, you'll find that people will value their needs. At the same time, right opposite is the urban society. Today, you do not even know who your neighbor is. Today, you do not care if something happens on the road. Generally, we find if there is a road accident, people do not want to go and help anyone. People would just, even if someone's shot dead right in the middle of the street, people would just walk over without caring what has happened to that person. So from community living, we are moving more towards individualism. Yes, so Shamil is saying that decline in values of tolerance and love is not modernity. Now, understand this, we are not saying it is not modernity. What I'm saying is the value system is changing. The value system is undergoing a change. Yes, the modern values are tolerance and love, because think of it, and this is the right question in the right direction, that we say with modernization, people start treating everyone as equal. People start respecting each other's freedom, which is modern. And if you respect each other's freedom, if you respect if you have a mutual respect for each other, then you are bound to have tolerance and love. But that is not the case. So which is right opposite to modernity. So that's what I wanted to reflect when we say that what is Indian society right now. You see that it is a mix of both. Similarly, if you look at the traditional Indian society, it will have a lot of features that we consider modern. Think about the technological advancements we had in the traditional Indian society. Think about the healthcare practices we had back then. Think about the mutual love and respect for each other. So much so that we have preserved that diversity till today. Think about the small republics we had, wherein it was ultimately the people who were part of the system, of the political system. So I hope you are understanding this. So you have to understand the dichotomy. You have to understand that there'll be ironies. At the same time, we'll say it is modern, but if looking at from another angle, we'll find that no, it is traditional as well. And this is the idea of social issues. This is the idea of Indian society and sociology in general, that you look at everything from a bird's eye view. If you if something is here, rather than looking from here or here, you go above it, come on the top and look at it, so that you have a clearer picture. Yes, it would not be complete. Yes, it'll still be biased, it'll still be partial, because you cannot see all the aspects, but at least it will be towards neutrality. It will be more say it will be less biased compared to the general views that we have. So this is an exercise to open you up for our upcoming discussions, so that you understand everything, because it will become easier and easier as we move forward. And that's why we are taking it a little slow right now. Now let's talk about the system of stratification. Stratification, putting people in hierarchy on the basis of wealth, prestige, caste, etc. If you talk about traditional Indian society, Initially we had Varna system. That will come to, do not worry about it. What is the Varna system? Then we moved towards caste system over the years. So it was generally caste, which was the means of stratifying people in the society, putting them in a hierarchy. But if you look at modern system, it is your class, it is the occupation that you are doing, it is the wealth that you have, and on the basis of that, and your prestige, and on the basis of that, we put people in hierarchy, and caste does not matter as such. But if you look closely, you'll find that your class has overlaps with caste, and we'll explain this, do not worry. Just keep this idea in your mind, because this will be answered when we talk about caste system. Class has overlaps with caste, and also caste system has not declined completely. It is still your caste, which, on the basis of which you are put in a hierarchy, on the basis of which our society is still fragmented. Similarly, if we talk about Varna and caste in the past, you see that your Varna system was completely based in class. It was the work that you are doing on the basis of which you were put in that hierarchy. So yes, there was prevalence of class. Similarly, your caste decided your class in the past. On the basis of your caste, you will be restricted to a particular occupation which you have to take on for life and for generations. That adds to your class. So class has more to do with, if some of you might not have understood, class has more to do with the economic aspect, the wealth that you have, the kind of occupation that you are into. So the system of stratification is moving more towards class. But we find that the caste system has not declined completely. And also there was this class system in the past as well, because your entire system of stratification was basically based in class. Your Varna system was based in class. Let's look at another institution, that is of family and marriage. Think about family first. If you think about family, let's leave the technical jargons. Think about family, the size of the family. Generally, we had bigger family sizes. Then the bonds that we had in the family, who is important, who is not. Then who exercised the power, who exercised the authority in the family. If you see this, it was generally the male members and the eldest male members of the family who exercised authority in the family. It was women who were treated, who were not treated at par with the men or the male members of the family. Similarly, the bonds were stronger. The sibling bonds were stronger back then. But now if you see that families have, the size of the family has decreased. Now from joint family, we have moved towards nuclear family. And with that, you find that you might not even have a good bond with your cousins. If some of you might have grown up in joint family, you would see it was generally your cousins, it was generally your elderly, your grandfather, your grandmother, with whom you used to spend most of your time, and you used to love it. But now there are chances that you would not even give them a call in 2 years or so. So the bonds are also changing. Similarly, the system of patriarchy that was there, now think of a nuclear household in a city. Do you think it is only the male member who takes the decision? Do you think it is only the eldest member who takes a decision? Take an example. If in your family, if you are staying in a nuclear family, if you have to buy a car, what will happen? The family will start having discussion. The father will ask the son or the daughter, which according to you is the best car? And they'll say that these cars can be chosen. So taking in account the views of the young as well. Similarly, then your father and mother will have a discussion that what is our budget? Which car out of this can we afford? Again, egalitarian. So now it is not stratified just on the base of gender and age. Now things are becoming more and more egalitarian. Also, if you talk about various types of families, you find a lot of new families coming up, lot of new types of families coming up. Can you give an example apart from live-in relationship, which has been mentioned? Can you give another example of a new kind of family? Now, this live-in relationship can be related to marriage as well. So, in marriage, where it was between, it used to happen. Now, without the bond of marriage, people are living together. So, single parent families, great. Yes, so same sex couples in a family. So, that can be related to marriage as well. So, if we talk about marriage, previously it was understood to be a relationship between a male and a female. Now, it can be any gender for that matter. Now, you need not necessarily get married to live together. You have live-in relationships. Now, we have more and more number of, and if you see that the number of single parent families are also on the rise. Single mother and children, single father and children, they are also on a rise that were not seen traditionally. Also, if you talk about, okay, let's explain egalitarian. Egalitarian means considering everyone equal. Simple terms, considering everyone equal. Now, in a family, previously where it was the will of the male members that used to prevail, now they take views from everyone. Now it is everyone's decision, it is a collective decision. So everyone is treated equal and they take that decision. So everyone has equal rights, everyone has equal obligations. That is what egalitarian means. And you need not go in all these words. You can write it as simply as you can. Wherever the words will become important, I'll let you know. But otherwise, you can write it as simply as you can. Now, also think about the function of these institutions. If you talk about function, now one of the function was of marriage was procreation, was giving birth. Now you find a lot of families who do not have any children. Single, that is your nuclear families where you have only the husband and the wife and no children. Then yes, you have again, yes, divorces. Previously, it was considered, particularly in according to Hindu society, it was considered that divorce cannot happen. If once you get married, you are married for life and for generations to come. So it was an intergenerational bond. But now divorces are becoming common. Adoption is becoming common. Because if we talk about procreation, it was in the same blood lineage. Now you adopt children as well. You go for surrogate children. Marriage was, yes, considered as sacred. Now it is not. Now it is contractual. And we will come to the finer dimensions of it. Now we will come to the finer dimensions of it when we discuss these institutions. So this was just to give you a basic idea. But can we say that we do not have any joint families now? No, we cannot. We do have joint families, not just in rural areas, but in urban areas as well. Similarly, has the function of the family or your marriage completely changed? No. There have been changes, but it is still there. And we'll come to all those aspects when we discuss these institutions. So Rashmi is asking, can we say that modernity has led to a decrease in the patriarchal nature of our society? And this will be answered to a great extent when we discuss women. But understand, yes, the patriarchal norms have been on a decline for years now. But still, there are a lot of issues. Do you think that women have an equal status? Women have an equal status compared to men right now? And you would say that you'll find a lot of anomalies with respect to that, and that will be discussed. Do not worry, that will be discussed when we discuss role of women. How in traditional society class determined caste? Okay, let me make it simple for you. So we were talking about class in terms of varna. What was your varna system? Varna system used to say that whatever occupation you take up, on the basis of that, you'll fall in one of these four varnas. Those four varnas were Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, Shudra. And that will come to, need not remember, that will come to in caste system. So on the basis of your work, on the basis of your occupation, you'll fall in one of these varnas, which ultimately got crystallized in the form of caste system. But otherwise, it was your class, it was your occupation that was determining. And also, your caste determined your class. Also, your caste determined your class. Because if you're coming from a so-called lower caste, you would be made to take up manual labor. Do you think it is as remunerative as taking up the position of a king or taking up a good position in the court of the king. No, it was not. So your caste also decided your class. That is how you find a relationship between the both, and we'll come to Varna, caste system, class system. That is going to be our next chapter, next part. Then yes, now you're still suggesting, and that's great, that you can relate monogamy to modernity, that you find polygamy has been on a decline with modernity. Need not remember right now, we'll come to it, but just addressing, just acknowledging the comments of others. The others are also trying. So the age of marriage has changed. Lovely. Great. So these aspects we will see, but all we have to understand is that these institutions are undergoing a change. Then you think about diversity. Think about diversity. Think about your uh, religious, your linguistic, your cultural diversity. In the traditional Indian society, yes, we had diversity. We had people from various regions. We had a lot of linguistic groups. People were speaking a lot of dialects. And yes, we were diverse. But in modern times, with globalization, we see that we are picking up new languages. Now, French is being taught in your schools. There are people who are picking up Spanish. A lot of us are speaking English. So we can say that the diversity till that extent has increased. But also at the same time, you see that in modern times, more and more of our regional languages, our various dialects are on a decline. They are being lost because of the use of these universal languages. Because of use of English, now you'll find that you more often speak in English even at home compared to what you did previously. So globalization has to that extent decreased diversity, and we are not going to all the aspects of globalization because it is a separate chapter and everything will be dealt there in a very structured manner. But think about it. So diversity, we can say, has increased in modern times, but also we register a decline in terms of our various practices, in terms of our various cultural practices, right? Also, if you see, if we talk about religion, traditionally religion was very important. It covered pretty much every aspect of your life, be it your social life, be it your political life, be it your education. Every norm was decided by religion. But now we see that we are under the forces of secularization, that we are becoming more and more secular. Our education is becoming secular. Secular is something that is devoid of religion. Understand secular as devoid of religion. That means apart from religion, what other things? Now your education, when I say is secular, that means it is not based in religion, and it is based in science. It is based in logic. It is based on what kind of skills one should have to get a job. So it is becoming more and more secular. Yes, so religion is something very private, and nothing can be devoid of religion for that matter, because even our various social practices are based in religion. Even if we talk about the modern education system, it is also being derived from religion, because now it is a religion which is also undergoing a change. Think about this. Our religion is also undergoing a change. We had various practices like sati pratha, etc. in the past. Those have changed. Similarly, the basic values we used to attach to religion have also been changing. So yes, you can say that no one, for that matter, can be devoid of religion. And even our education, if we talk about rationalism today, if we talk about our rationalization, we see that it is also based in religion. If we talk about, say, the way we conduct our, say, classes or education, it is also has an element of religion in it. And you can think about it. Respecting your elders was generally taught to you by your religion, but you are following it as a modern rational principle. So yes, whatever conduct we are having today has an element of religion in it, and that is not an issue, because what we have to understand is declining role of religion in various aspects of life. Yes, a lot of things will be directly coming from religion, that our religion is changing because now every religion has a need, has a necessity for them to exist, have a necessity to sound modern, to work on rational principles. That whatever practices, just think about India, whatever practices we had traditionally based in religion, now we are looking for a scientific argument of the same, that we are doing this because it was based in science. So every religion now is changing, is evolving to stay in the society, to not register a decline. They are adhering to the norms of the society at large. They are adhering to scientific modern norms. And also at the same time, you find that on a certain level, religion is increasing as well. The increase of religion in basically religion which was considered private is becoming a social affair. So on the basis of religion, what do you eat, what do you wear, how do you conduct yourself, is also becoming something public. So religion is registering say a significant increase in importance as well. But this goes on in societies. This goes on in societies. And you remember, it's like Newton's law. Newton's law said, third law, that every action will have an equal and opposite reaction. Here you have to understand that every action has a reaction. It need not be equal, but every action has an equal reaction, has an opposite reaction. That if you have globalization, then we have increased push towards localization. With globalization, you say that everyone, the European Union was formed. With Brexit, a push towards localization. Similarly, the way we celebrate our festivals, the new fervor for religion, the new fervor for culture, etc., can be understood as backlash to the forces of modernization. Okay, so Devansh is asking, is modernity subjective? So one thing is, yes, it is subjective. Another part of the question says, because love and tolerance were practiced in traditional society, which some believe it to be a modern notion. So you see that yes, love and tolerance were there in, because see, generally it is understood that these societies were more homogeneous back then. If you forget about Indian society once, you find that more and more societies were homogeneous. People were following the same religion, speaking the same language, etc. And you find that if it is homogeneous, people will have more of cooperation. People will have more feeling of love and community. And also you find that yes, tolerance and love would have been a factor there. And also another thing is that with their religious outlook, because within that homogeneous society, you'll find stratification. For example, in Hindu society, for that matter, you'll find stratification in the name of caste. So from outside, it'll look homogeneous, that most of the people living in this region are Hindus. But inside that homogeneous composition, you'll find various elements of discrimination, various elements of differences and inequalities, which can lead to conflict, right? So the so-called lower sections of the Indian society were not treated at par with the so-called upper castes. So there was a conflict there. And because of which you'll find that if this is one caste, this is another caste, they will have conflict amongst each other. They might not tolerate each other. But within this caste, you'll find the values of love and tolerance prevailing, because they would want to stay as a group. They would be a closely knit group. They would respect each other's interests. They will feel that we have similar interests. Similarly, if we look at modern society, we are saying that we are, say, moving towards global culture. Now it is the idea of liberty, equality that prevail. And liberty says that everyone has a right to do whatever they want, unless until they are infringing upon someone else's right. So you can eat whatever you want unless until you are stealing it from someone. You should not be infringing someone else's right. You have a right to have property, but that property should not be an infringement on someone else's right. You should not have stolen or say seized that property from someone else. And it is believed that with liberty, with the idea of equality, love and tolerance will increase in the society. But yes, you will find conflicting notions. You will always find conflicting notions. And the idea of sociology, for that matter, is to prepare to understand these. So if you look at love and tolerance, if you look from above, you'll find that there are various castes prevailing in the society, and these castes will necessarily have conflict because they are infringing on each other's rights. But if you look within the caste, you'll find love and tolerance. But in Indian case, you find even though we had a lot of diversity with respect to caste, even though we had a lot of diversity with respect to religion, linguistic background, we still had cooperation. We still had the feeling of love and tolerance. And this is from where you will move into the direction of uniformity and unity. And when we discuss diversity, you'll see that we are also going to ask us very important question, that whether uniformity necessarily leads to unity, or whether diversity is opposite to unity, that with diversity you cannot achieve unity. So these questions will be asked and will be discussed there. But you understand, we do not have to say restrict ourselves to the general ideas. We have to see there are specific traits of various societies, and even within a society you'll find various social groups, and every other group will have say different features, different norms of conduct. So with this, I hope you have understood the basic idea of how to analyze whether something is undergoing change, how to analyze that change. That if you want to look at the changes that have happened in the Indian society, if you want to look whether Indian society is modern or not, what do? You look at various features of the Indian society, take them up one by one, and try to figure out what changes have been made. And this should be the way you have to analyze other institutions as well. This is the most structured way of doing it. If you want to look into the changes, look into the features which might have changed. And we are going to extend this practice to these specific institutions. So when we come to say stratification, we'll talk specifically about how the system of stratification in India has changed. Similarly, when we talk about family and marriage, we'll see that what are the features of family, what are the features of marriage, and how every feature is undergoing change. So yes, Prashant, you are thinking in the right direction, talking about single citizenship, that yes, these are various factors that we'll discuss with diversity. So let's not say move away from the point. Now, the first salient feature of Indian society, what we have done so far, we have looked into the aspect of modernity and tradition. We have looked into what are the various salient features of Indian society. Now we are taking the important ones out of it and discussing them in detail. And what we have to do is, when we look at these, first, do not worry about any definitions. All you have to do is understand the various features of these institutions and try to look at them in the light of change, in the light of modernity, for instance, because modernity is not the only change. You have forces of globalization as well, but those will be discussed later, and everything will fall in place as we proceed. And it's not that we have that once we wind up caste system here, we are not going to look at caste system in the future. We will relate it somewhere. Do not worry about it. We are going to relate these institutions in the future as well. Now, caste system that we're saying is a form of stratification. What we said, that caste is a form of stratification, social stratification. What is social stratification? Arrangement of groups of individuals in hierarchical positions based on criteria like wealth, prestige, ethnicity, gender, power, etc. What does that mean? That it is not an individual that you are placing. First thing that you have to remember, it is the group of individuals, it is those social groups that you are placing in hierarchical position. So think about a society where you have politicians and your big businessmen. Then you have people, the working class, the people say involved in service sector. Then you have people involved in blue collar jobs or industrial work, then you might have people who are, say, barely surviving, who do not even have the right means to subsist, or the poor. Now, these industrial workers can also fall in the category of poor, but when I say poor, we are saying who do not have any means to livelihood. If you look into this, what the society will do is they'll keep the politicians and your businessmen, your film star, and the ultra rich people on the top. Then will come your middle class and upper middle class, wherein you have people involved in service sector who have a decent income, who have a good family income. Then will come your various industrial workers and other jobs who have means to livelihood, but it is not as much as the service sector. And then you'll have the poor who do not have any livelihood. And if you look at it, you'll find that every society for that matter will stratify people on the basis of this. Even if you look at ourselves, the way you'll talk to a local politician and the way you'll talk to the sweeper, the colony sweeper, is going to be different. Yes, a few of you might have a tendency towards treating everyone equally, but generally, the idea that we get. Why? Because on the basis of their wealth, because the basis of their prestige, we arrange them in a hierarchical order, one over the other. So poor at the bottom, then your, say, middle class, then your ultra rich. This is what stratification on the basis of wealth and prestige. Similarly, if we talk about gender, generally societies will place male members of the society on the top. Then will come your female. And post that, you find your third gender, the transgenders, that they are generally accorded the lowest position in the hierarchy. Again, if you talk about caste, we say, if you talk about caste, we say that the Brahmins come on the top, then come your Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. So Brahmins will be considered to be the purest for that matter, and the purity will decrease in the descending trend. So every society for that matter will have a way of stratifying. And it is not just one stratification that will happen. Every society will stratify on the basis of various criteria. So if you look at Indian society, you'll understand that we place people in hierarchies on the basis of their caste, also on the basis of their wealth, on the basis of their gender. So it is not just not that every society will be limited to one type of stratification. No, they'll have multiple forms of stratification. In India, you'll find more number. That is it, because of our caste system. Yes, so it is similar to the clergy and nobility layers of the French society that you read as a background to your French Revolution. Yes, so why are we not using these terms? Shamil, is we don't have to get into the domain of sociology, even though you would have seen that we are understanding the same concept, but we are not using any technical jargons. At times, you'll find me taking directly from Durkheim, from Weber, from Marx, but we are not going to use those names. Names of the thinkers are not important. The only important part is the concept. And also, they would not ask you the definitions. What is the definition of stratification, for instance? But what we have to understand is that you'll find, do not think that Indian society is stratified only on the basis of caste, that it was stratified only on the basis of caste. No, it has always been stratified in multiple criteria. It was also stratified on the basis of gender. It was also stratified on the basis of class. And yes, we will come to what class is, what caste is. Now, one of the say salient feature, or one of the different criteria that the Indian society has and had, was caste system. Because caste system was there only in this subcontinent. That yes, others were also stratifying people, other societies were also stratifying people on various criteria, but caste is a criteria that was there in India. Now, what is this caste system? The caste system is the arrangement of various social groups, is an arrangement of division of labor, is an arrangement of inequality and hierarchy. And we will come to this. Just understand simply, the Indian society was stratified, was put in a, various social groups were put in a hierarchical manner on the basis of their caste. What is this caste? This caste is directly derived from religion. So one idea was that your caste, and you do not have to go into that idea. That one idea was that uh, because it was prevalent in Hindus. Yes, it passed on to other religions as well, but it was in Hindus. So according to the religion, that caste comes from the part, the body part of one of the gods from where you come. That you are coming from the head, you are considered Brahmins. If you're coming from the legs, you're considered, if you're coming below the legs, you're coming, you'll fall in Shudras. But you do not need to remember this religious criteria. What you have to remember is that it was more of an arrangement of division of labor. So every caste was specified a particular task. They had a particular role to play in the society. So if you are coming from a Brahmin family, you were expected to take up the work of a Brahmin, that is that of a priest, that of a teacher, for instance. Similarly, if you're coming from a Kshatriya family, you are expected to take up matters of war. You are expected to take up the security of the society or your nation. Then if you're coming as a Vaishya, if you are born in a Vaishya family, then you are expected to take up business. Also, if you are coming as a Shudra, you are expected to do manual labor. So on the basis of this, on the basis of your work, the system, the Indian society was stratified. There was a segmental division, that you have Brahmins, and I believe that most of you would be aware of this system. Then you have Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and finally Shudras. So the Brahmins were supposed to take up the work of, say, for example, priest. Then Kshatriyas were in the matter of security. They were the rulers. They were the ones who will go out in wars. Then your Vaishyas will take up business, and your Shudras will support all the three castes. The Shudras will basically your service providers. And not just this division, they were placed in the same hierarchy. So the Brahmins were considered to be on the top, and the Shudras was considered to be at the bottom. And also, there was another caste, there was another social group which was kept out of this system. This is this hierarchy, and there is another social group of untouchables which was kept out of this hierarchy. And we will come to the finer details of it, because there are a lot of changes, there are a lot of conceptions and misconceptions with respect to caste system that will come to ultimately. But let's understand the basic thing. Now, one thing, it is a system of arrangement of various social groups in hierarchy. These social groups have a specific work, so it can be said that there is division of labor. And then there are other features as well. Every caste, the entire caste system has a particular norm, and within that, every caste has different norms, have different rules. Let's look into everything, every feature one by one. Starting from the basic segmental division of society. What is this? That we have divided the society in various castes, in various segments. We have Brahmins, we have Kshatriyas, we have Vaishyas, we have Shudras. So what is that? That is basically the segmental division of society. Then you see that not just division, not that we have divided the society in various castes, but we are also placing them in a hierarchy. The hierarchy of Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. They are also placed in a hierarchy. So Brahmins are considered to be on the top, and then you have Shudras at the bottom. And all this is happening on the basis of religion. The basic ground is religion, that the Brahmins are considered to be religiously the purest. And as you go down, there is an element of pollution that is added on every level. So this concept of purity and pollution is coming directly from religion. So we can say that your caste system was based in religion for that matter. So understand this, when you talk about caste system, it is a segmental division of the society which arranges various social groups in a hierarchical manner on the basis of purity and pollution. So the Brahmins are considered to be the purest, and your Shudras are considered to be, and the level of purity decreases as you go down. So I hope you understand what is hierarchy and what is the segmental division. Yes, so Shudras, as the ones involved in maintenance or basically providing various services to the other system. Yes, we'll come to the idea of Varna system, we'll come to how it crystallized into Varna system, etc. Okay. Now let's look at other features. On the basis of your birth, you'll get your membership. That means if you're born in a Brahmin family, you'll be accorded the status of a Brahmin. If you're born in a Shudra family, you'll be accorded the status of a Shudra family, of Shudra. That is, you have membership by birth. And if you see, it is not just that you have been born in a Shudra family, your children will also be considered Shudras. Why? Because they are coming from the same family. So this system is hereditary as well. So this system is based on the membership by birth and is hereditary in nature. So I hope you do not have any issues understanding this. Now let's come to the next part. Every caste had a restricted and definitive occupation. Let's come to definitive first. What does that mean? That every caste was accorded a particular task. That if you are a Kshatriya, you have to take care of the security. You have to be a soldier. You have to go in wars. You have to be the rulers. So what is that? Definitive occupation. Not just that, this occupation was restricted. That means if you're born in a Kshatriya family, you cannot take up work of a Brahmin or a Shudra. If you're born in a say Shudra family, you cannot take up work of a Vaishya. So this occupation is restricted as well. There is no mobility. You cannot change your occupation. Then let's come to various rules related to this. One rule is endogamy, wherein you marry within the same social group. So if you're coming from a particular caste, you are supposed to marry within that particular caste. You cannot, being a Brahmin, you cannot marry a Kshatriya. Being a Kshatriya, you cannot marry a Brahmin or a Shudra or a Vaishya. Everyone has to marry within the same social group. That was the norm. So there was no intercaste marriage. Intercaste marriage did not prevail. You could not go on marrying someone from the other caste, which was, and herein if you'll find that there were various methods to bring justice to people. So if someone, we are saying that this is the norm, if you do not follow the norm, there should be someone to hold you accountable. So you'll find that the entire community will outcast them. If a person from one caste marries a person from another caste, they will be outcasted by the community. Similarly, if you have any conflict within the community, you had conflict resolving mechanisms in the form of caste councils. Now, these caste councils were the one who will provide justice to people. Now, the idea of justice is also wrong, right? The idea of justice is also different from what you perceive as justice today, right? So the idea of justice has also changed. You can see that. So these caste councils will be the ones who will enforce the various norms, who will implement the norms of the caste system. These caste councils will be the one who will resolve conflict among people, because you do not have dedicated judiciary. And it is not that you can always go to the court of the king and ask for justice and ask for various things. It was more of a community based system wherein conflicts get resolved within the community. So the caste system has restricted and definitive occupation, have endogamy. That means you marry within the same social group. And if you do not follow the norms of the caste, you are being outcasted, or there can be other forms of punishment as well. And you might know that what are these punishments. Then there were restrictions on various, say, there were restrictions on eating together. So two people from a different caste cannot eat together. Then there were restrictions on a particular caste. For example, the Brahmins were disabled from having non-vegetarian food, having alcoholic drinks. Similarly, the Shudras were disabled from entering the temples. So there were disabilities and privileges as well. So the Brahmins had the privilege of not paying taxes, and you would have read that in your history books, that no taxation for the Brahmins. They do not have to pay any kind of taxes to the state. What is that? A privilege. And then there were disabilities as well. So you can write these. So disabilities in form of temple entry, in terms of using community services, like Shudras were disabled from using water from the community wells. They were disabled from getting education. Similarly, there were privileges like with respect to taxes. I hope you'll remember this. I'll just write taxes, that the Brahmins were not supposed to pay taxes. There were privileges that were associated to particular castes. Then there was restrictions on food, drinking, and behavior, which has two things. One is intercaste behavior, that you are not supposed to eat food with members of the other caste. Then also there were restrictions on various social behaviors, etc., within the caste. Within the caste, in the sense, Brahmins not getting to have, say, non-vegetarian food, which is a form of disability and also restriction on their social behavior. Similarly, you would have heard about untouchables, that they were not supposed to come out during the dusk and the dawn. That means during your sunrise and sunset. It had to do with the shadow. Because think about it. We are believing in the concept of purity and pollution, and we say that they are the most polluted. So polluted that we keep them out of the hierarchy itself. We keep them out of the entire caste system. And if they're so polluted, even their shadow can pollute other members of the society. And if you see that, they definitely needed each other. There was interdependence amongst caste, because you have one particular caste taking up a particular function. So the Brahmins will need the Shudras will need the Vaishyas will need Kshatriyas for their security, etc. So there was interdependence. And also these untouchables were also, the untouchables were also part of this the system of interdependence, that they'll be the ones who'll do your menial jobs. They'll be the ones who'll say, clean your sewage, for instance. And you would have seen that manual scavenging, etc., were widely prevalent in the traditional Indian society. But now they pollute as well, according to the system, that their shadow will also pollute. And during the sunrise and the sunset, you'll see basic scientific norms, that it will be the size of the shadow will be the largest during sunrise and sunset, because it is not on the top, the sun is not on the top, it is on the either side. If it is on this side, it'll cast a bigger shadow on the other side. So they had a disability of not coming out during sunset and sunrise. Similarly, every caste had a distinct style of life, and that is something that you find today as well, that every caste has different norms. For example, they'll have different rituals. The so-called upper castes will have this sacred thread wearing ceremony, for instance. And also you'll find that in the matters of death as well, there'll be different rituals. So with respect to rituals, with respect to their way of living, there'll be differences among these castes. And that is also that can simply be related to the nature of your work as well, because your nature of work decides how do you live. So if you are, say, a Kshatriya, they'll have a more active lifestyle, because you have to be a part of the security of your society. If you are a Vaishya, you're more inclined towards business, and you're more inclined towards consumption. So they'll have a lifestyle based in consumption. So every caste will have a different and distinct style of life. Then also there are local and regional differences. Now this is the important part, because now till now what we are saying, that these were the various features of caste system, and you can find that there is say homogeneity with respect to these features if you look at caste system. But when we say, think about this, when we say that the Maithili and the Bengali Brahmins have been eating fish traditionally, what happens to this restriction on non-vegetarian food for Brahmins? Then also you'll find that four the fourfold stratification that we've seen in the caste system is actually something, it has something to do with Varna system. This is basically the stratification of Varna system, and caste system has a lot of castes inside this. So for example, the overall Varna system remains the same. Brahmins remain on the top, Shudras remain on the bottom. Then you'll find that within these Brahmins you have various kinds of Brahmins. You have say on the basis of their clan, on the basis of the region, you have different kinds of Brahmins. Similarly, you have various kinds of Kshatriyas, and you have difference. So for example, uh, in Rajasthan you will call Rajputs as Kshatriyas, and even within that you have various subcastes. Similarly, in the south, if you go, you will talk about Shettis as Kshatriyas, because they were the ones who were involved in security. So there are a lot of regional differences, and it is just fourfold classification that I have told you, but you'll find that you have more than 4,000 castes in India. And the regional difference is so that within you'll find that the say castes like Gaudas that are there in Karnataka are not found in the north. Similarly, Reddis are not found in the north. At the same time, you'll find, say, your Jats are not found in the south. So there are a lot of regional differences, and there are a lot of regional differences with respect to stratification. So the overall Varna stratification remains the same. Brahmins on the top, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Brahmins. But within these castes, you'll have multiple subcastes, and there'll be regional variations. In one place, there can be one caste which is considered on top, and it has generally more to do with your socio-economic background. So you'll find that, for instance, even though Jats are agricultural castes, right, they were involved in services, but we'll find that in Haryana they have a better position compared to various other castes. They are considered even uh, above, say, Vaishyas for that matter. So there is difference, and also there is difference in stories around it. There are regional variations in stories around it, because we do not know precisely when it crystallized into the system that we see today. But we see that a lot of changes have been happening. So the rise of the middle caste. So the erstwhile agricultural castes, which were considered to be Shudras, have come on top, have, if not on top, but they have been mobile. They have increased their status with their increasing socio-economic status. And this can be accorded to, for example, Green Revolution. With Green Revolution, a lot of agricultural castes gained a lot of wealth. With that, their position automatically improved in the society. So there are a lot of local and regional differences, and we will discuss these differences and everything in detail, but we will take it up tomorrow. And what we'll do is, we will compare the caste system with the Varna system that was there, and we'll also look at the transition, because you see that from Varna system we move to caste system, and ultimately the caste system is giving way to class system. But all of that will be dealt in tomorrow's class. What I expect you to do is, take up this PPT, revise everything, start making notes as well, because it is better you do it right away. Do not wait for later. You start making notes, and make your notes like this. So you have, say, endogamy. Just write briefly what is endogamy, that the person is not supposed to marry outside their caste, for instance. Do not make very detailed notes, because it will become a task for you at a later stage to revise from these notes. So it is better you write simply, you write in short and synoptic manner, so that once you read, even looking at a keyword, you'll be able to understand. And trust me, if you revise it once or twice, everything will fall in place. The entire structure will, you will get it by hearted and would not be a problem. You would not have to remember a lot. Okay, so with this, let's conclude the session for today, and we will meet tomorrow. I expect you to revise it and come, and we will proceed our discussion here on. So thank you everyone. Thanks for your patience, and do let me know if you have any problems. And the email ID is, so you can let me know if you have any problems or any suggestions for that matter. Thank you.